Internet! I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. Oh, it's been a long week. I know a lot of us got a lot of snow. I sadly did not. I continue to be jealous of everyone that got snow. And everywhere around me got snow, but I live in this little pocket where it refuses to snow, and I'm unhappy. No, and there's your puppy. I fixed the shiny tie. It should be tolerable. If it starts giving me a migraine again, though, I'm taking it off. Oh, and yet there is a puppy paw on my leg, so I'm sure he will make an appearance. Okay, so trying to think what happened last week, and as usual, I can't remember. I know we're jumping into the bad guy portion of the book. We learn that the bad guy has kidnapped Mia because she's the only even partially likable character in any of these books, because she's the fluffy red panda of the family. What even did happen last week? Do I remember? See, that's the problem with this. Nothing happens. Stuff happens, but none of it matters, and there's no weight and no drama, and it's all terrible. I think the stuff with her dad is over now. I think there was a party of some kind. Oh yeah, they talked to a detective. Well, tried to, but mostly got nothing. Oh yeah, we're dealing with the oh my god, I'm pregnant freak out, him getting drunk and going to Mrs. Robinson. She was incredibly pissed, rightly so. And then spent the night sleeping in the red room because it's the only room with a lock. And seriously, when you have to do that from your husband of what's it been, maybe 8 weeks, and they spent 6 of that on honeymoon, so they've really only been back in the real world and actually living together as a couple for 2 weeks, and there are she's already thinking that he's going to leave, or she's thinking of leaving because he won't tolerate the baby. Yeah, real good foundation on your marriage there. And then we had the bullshit of one of them, I forget who even said it, but admitting that yes, we got married much too quickly, we don't know anything about each other, and then saying, well, now that we're married, I guess we'll find out about each other. And it's okay, I know arranged marriages where people have never met happen in the world. I'm not saying I think they're a good idea. And these two were not in that situation. They just chose to be stupid. But it's because they both entered the marriage thinking that getting married would fix everything. He thought that he wouldn't, if he basically owned her, if he put a ring on it as property, literally, that he wouldn't feel the need to be so controlling of her all the time because he would know that he has her forever. Except that's not how anything works. And she thought that once he put a ring on it, he would feel secure enough to not have to control everything all of the time because he knows she's not going anywhere. Also not true. Not how anything works. This is why you need to discuss what you want out of a marriage before you get into a marriage. Because too many people get married and then discover too late that, oh my god, we had completely different expectations. We had different ideas of how a marriage works, or whose job it is to do what, or how many kids do we want. Way too many people do not discuss how many children they would like to have before getting married. That is a before getting married conversation. All rise for the national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my god, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Well said. And we're going to give this one last look just in case YouTube's getting any ideas because they have been weird. All right, all right, all right. New controls. Who dis? Okay, here we are. We got our ducks set up. I moved the wine over there because room. So let's introduce our pantheon of ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, and Pongo. And as you can see, we have room for more ducks. There are 13 more ducks. That's never going to not make me think of the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. We have more ducks. They're the colorful ones, too. We got lots of variety in here. Still don't know what some of them are, but they're here. So, with the link that is at the top, or should be at the top for Stream Elements, we have a donation tier, and for $10, I will close my eyes and draw a duck at random, and you get to name the duck if you sponsored the duck. Or if you don't wish to name the duck, I will name the duck. For $25, I will put on the handcuffs that are in this case. They are real handcuffs. We have upgraded. They have a real key. I also have a real backup key that is tied onto my monitor so it cannot be lost and is there in case of emergency and losing the first key because we practice safety here. So for $25, I will put these on for an entire chapter. And use a puppy paw on my leg. And for $50, I will chug this much wine. If I have to refill, I will refill. Oh, you're going to jump up and mess up my tie, aren't you? Oh my god, puppy on the tie. Oh god, didn't think this through. Didn't think this through. Fur on the tie. Didn't think this through. Say hello to the puppy, who's very upset that he can't lick my face, but he's learning that when I have makeup on, one should not lick. Despite wanting to lick very much. That's how he says I love you. So he thinks you're rejecting his love if you don't let him lick your face. Yes, I know. He's unhappy right now because I'm not holding him right, and he knows it. Why is my name on the screen? Hi. Okay, I have to read a book. I have to read a book. So I have to put you down. I know that's a bad word. I know. Oh, don't cry, little puppy. You're okay. Come here, you. Okay. You'll come up later, okay? You'll come up later. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. I'm a cute puppy. Bye-bye. I'll be back later because I will definitely insist on it because I'm a little pest. And the tie looking so nice. Of course, now I have dog hair on me. Let's see if I click. Nope. I don't know why my display name is suddenly there. It shouldn't be there. And it's going to bother me, but I don't know how to fix it. At least I don't think I know how to fix it. No, it doesn't look like I know how to fix it. Nope. Okay, I'm going to try not to get distracted by that. It's going to bother me. Because I'm a visual person, and it's going to bug me. But I literally don't know how to get rid of it. Nope, that didn't do it either. Okay, not a clue. But, oh well, we got a book to read. Ugh. Okay, my phone makes a good paperweight. Okay. Chapter 22. Jack, my voice has disappeared, choked by fear. Oh, I know. I'm warm enough for now. The fact that this is the winter handmade stress is good because it's very warm. It's gotten better throughout the day, just not it's been chilly the last few days. Not nearly as much as where you are though. Just that the building is old and heat kind of sucks. How is he out of jail? Why does he have Mia's phone? The blood drains from my face and I feel dizzy. You do remember me, he says, his tone soft. I sense his bitter smile. Okay. Yes, of course. My answer is automatic as my mind races. You're probably wondering why I called you. Yes. Hang up. Don't hang up. I've been having a chat with your little sister-in-law. What? Mia? No. He was calling you from Mia's phone. You already know this. Are we seriously saying that she did not immediately put together that he has kidnapped Mia? What have you done? I whisper, trying to quell my fear. Listen here. Okay, even I don't usually apologize for language, but in this book I will because it's so incredibly forced and terrible and awkward. And if you're gonna curse, please use real curse words instead of this garbage, because instead of actual curse words, we get, listen here, you prick teasing, gold digging whore. You fucked up my life. Gray fucked up my life. You owe me. I have the little bitch with me now, and you, that cocksucker you married, and his whole fucking family are going to pay. Wow, how to make me not be intimidated by the bad guy. Like, I'm supposed to be afraid of this ass clown. And he sounds like a whiny little 13-year-old that got dumped. I am not taking him seriously as a threat. I am not intimidated by him or afraid of him. If anything, I want to hang up on him because he is annoying me. Though I am going to highlight some of that and use it out of context. I mean, how can I let that line go? Seriously. You know where it's going to wind up. I'm going to enjoy burning this one most of all. Unless reading the series from his point of view turns out to be worse. And I have so many questions about that already. Because I know nothing about it. So many questions. Hyde's contempt and bile shock me. His family? What the hell? What do you want? I want his money. I really want his fucking money. If things had been different, it could have been me. So you're going to get it for me. I want $5 million today. Because you can just walk into a bank and they have $5 million sitting around that you can just, like, because I'm pretty sure, unless the movie changed, I'm pretty sure he's about to say, like, cash, non-sequential bills, no die packs, etc. What bank has $5 million in cash? Jack, I don't have access to that kind of money. She does, actually. He snorts his derision. You have 2 hours to get it. That's it. 2 hours. That's not possible, and you know it. Like, just the fact that she's in a major urban city, it's going to take her more than 2 hours to go to a bank. And she's going to wind up waiting quite a long time because you think they're not going to have questions about transferring $5 million? Oh, I know. Kitty's still mad. Kitty's still mad from the book burning video from a couple weeks ago. He's still mad about that. And it doesn't even smell in the bathroom anymore. That one, it didn't. The smell went out fairly quickly. I don't know why, but it did. I mean, I had to clean smoke marks off the ceiling, but... Tell no one or this little bitch gets it. Not the cops, not your prick of a husband, not his security team. I will know if you do. Understand? Yeah, this is where I always wanted to go to the bad guy. How? How will you know? How will you know if I tell anybody? How will you know if I slip somebody a note? Because the bad guys always want you to think, oh, I'm watching your every move. Guess what? They're not. He pauses and I try to respond, but panic and fear seal my throat. See, if you think about bad guy plans, they're not so tough anymore. You understand? He shouts. Yes, I whisper, or I will kill her. I gasp. Keep your phone with you. Tell no one or I'll fuck her up before I kill her. You have 2 hours. To what? To what? Like, you're not getting that kind of money. Jack, I need longer. 3 hours. How do I know that you have her? Okay, if you're going to say I need longer, it's like, no, I need 12 hours. I need 24 hours to get that kind of money. And he hasn't said anything about cash. I mean, if you want to wire transfer, that I can do, but... The line goes dead. I gape in horror at the phone, my mouth parched with fear, leaving the nasty metallic taste of terror. Mia. He has Mia. Or does he? This is also a good point. You need proof of life, dude. You should have put Mia on the phone for a minute. If you actually have her, you got to prove it. Because, like, fake kidnappings are such a huge thing right now, usually kids. And for anyone who doesn't know, fake or virtual kidnappings happen when somebody walks past the school, takes a photo of a child, they know who the parent is, and they email the photo or text the photo to the parent saying, we have your kid, get $500, put it in a brown paper bag and leave it in this trash can. And the parent will do it because they're freaking out. But then come to find out, no, nobody took the kid, nobody went near the kid, the whole thing was fake. But people panic and they don't think, and so they just do what they're told. My mind whirs at the obscene possibility, and my stomach roils again. I think I'm going to be sick, but I inhale deeply, trying to steady my panic, and the nausea passes. My mind rockets through the possibilities. Tell Christian? Tell Taylor? Call the police? How will Jack know? Does he actually have Mia? Yeah, again, he is the worst at, like, giving a kidnap ransom call because he didn't give proof of life. He didn't say how he wants the money. He didn't actually say anything about cash or wired to a Cayman Islands account or anything like that. It's like, dude, you need to give some more details if you want her to believe you, because I wouldn't believe you. I think he was absolutely full of shit. I need time to think. And I can accomplish that only by following his instructions, or by not, or by a lot of not, because he's full of it, and you'd be able to know that if you took 2 seconds to think. But again, she's an idiot, so who knows? Hannah, I have to go out. I'm not sure how long I'll be. Canceled my appointments this afternoon. That is all her assistant does. All her assistant does is cancel her appointments. Like, that's it. That's the only thing this woman has done. Let Elizabeth know I have to deal with an emergency. Sure, Anna. Everything okay? Hannah frowns, concern etched on her face as she watches me flee. Yes, I call back distractedly, hurrying towards reception where Sawyer is waiting. Sawyer. He leaps up from the armchair at the sound of my voice and frowns when he sees my face. I'm not feeling well. Please take me home. Sure, ma'am. Do you want to wait here while I get the car? No, I'll come with you. I'm in a hurry to get home. Do you have $5 million under the bed? Because on a 2-hour deadline, you need to be hauling ass to a bank if you actually intend to do this. You do not have time to go home and then go to a bank. No way. Like, you think you think you're just gonna like walk up to a teller and be like, I need 5 million cash, and she's just gonna pop her drawer open and be like, here you go. Even if a bank has 5 million cash, which they don't, unless you have called ahead by at least like 48 hours, probably more, they don't have that much cash. No bank keeps that much cash. Like, I went to a bank here that is the largest branch in the city and is in a business complex building that includes several floors that are lawyers and other banks and international this and this. So they deal with foreign currency all day long. They have a currency exchange office in the bank. It's theirs. It's part of it, but it's one of the only two places in the city that has an actual currency exchange office. Also, I'm like 30 minutes from the border, so that makes sense. People exchange currency quite a bit around here all the time. So I didn't think it would be a problem when I was going to go across with a friend for a day, and we decided to get American currency because we're going to America, and while stores there will take Canadian currency, especially the close to the border ones, the exchange rate on it, or they'll have a markup or a fee or something, which why shouldn't they? Because then they have to deal with it and exchange it, and when they exchange it, it might be worth less or more, depending. So we decided to get American currency, and I was only exchanging $500. That's it, $500, which is like nothing. Again, this is a bank that deals with millions of dollars every day, including in foreign currency. And I had some bitch ass manager get up in my face and tell me that I should have called 7 days ahead and let them know that I needed $500 American money. And what do you know? They had it and it wasn't a fucking problem. She was just a bitch. But 5 million in cash. Also, do you not think the bank is going to ask some questions, because they are trained to look for things like that a person is doing something under duress, or that it's involved in a kidnapping or ransom or something? They actually train on that. So yeah, $5 million, especially for somebody who's been married for 2 months. Yeah, they're gonna ask a lot of questions. Yeah, true. I know, right? They bitch. I know they're not. I know they're not a real, like, they 20 years ago, 25 years ago, they were a good bank. They've gone downhill since. Like, they bitch over everything. And anytime I have to cash a check, I have a no hold up to 10,000 on checks. Had it for years. Yet every time I try to cash a check, doesn't matter what the amount is, and believe me, it's not for $10,000. It's not even for $1,000. I have checks for like $150, $300, and they're bitching at me saying, oh, we have to hold this for 10 days. And I'm like, no, you don't. Look at my account. It specifically says you are not to hold a check that unless it is over 10,000. So no, you're not. And they always back down, and it's always fine, but they try to do it every freaking time. Every time. It's like, get over yourself. You know, stop trying to hold shit you're not allowed to hold, and stop with the freaking attitude. Like, just the attitude of the tellers is atrocious these days. They're so snotty and so nosy. Salut. And hello, Sadale. There is a dragon duck in there. I can't wait to see it up there because it'll make me think of you every time. Mm-mm. Nope, just depositing. You're doing all right. It can be hard to type with those dragon claws. Okay, so he gave no instructions about the money other than get $5 million. By the way, she could buy $5 million in Bitcoin and stick it on a flash drive. Like, come on. No, thank you, Nightwolf. I worked very hard on it. It took a lot of sewing, a lot of stabbing my fingers. You broke one today? Oh no. Well, just file it down to where it broke and be careful. I gaze out the window in stark terror as I go over my plan. Oh god, she has a plan. Oh god, brace for impact. Get home. Change. Find checkbook. Escape from Ryan and Sawyer somehow. Go to bank. Hell, how much room does $5 million take up? What will it weigh? Will I need a suitcase? Should I telephone the bank in advance? Okay, I did actually, out of random curiosity, because I knew this was the amount from the movie, I looked up how much does $5 million in cash weigh. Assuming that it's all in $100 bills, it should weigh about 110 pounds. In other words, she's expected to lug her possibly more than her own body weight. Do we think that she is capable of this? I also looked up how much space does it take up because I made fun of the duffel bag in the movie. The movie may actually be correct on that. I can't remember how big the duffel bag is, but there was somebody showed how you could fit $1 million into a large briefcase, basically the fat aluminum briefcase. You can actually fit $1 million in that. So using that as the model and times by 5, it doesn't actually take up as much space as I thought, but it's still very heavy. Cash is very heavy. Yeah, 2 wheelie suitcases could do it. And that would be the better option rather than, as portrayed in the movie, a duffel bag that she one hands over her shoulder. And I'm like, yeah, there's not 110 pounds in that bag. She's not walking so cash with it one-handed over the shoulder if there's that much weight in there. No way. Mia, what if he doesn't have Mia? How can I check? Well, you could call her phone back for starters. If he answers, you say, put her on the phone. Prove to me you have her and didn't just pick her pocket and steal her phone. How do I know you're not full of shit, Jack? Trust me, if he has her, he'll tell you. He'll let you hear her voice. He'll do it because he wants his money and he's stupid. If I call Grace, it will raise her suspicions and possibly endanger Mia. He said he would know. Again, how? You're alone in a car with your bodyguard. How? Like, don't assume the bad guy is telling you the truth. My heart races as I examine the cars following us. They look innocuous enough. Oh, Sawyer, drive faster, please. My eyes flicker to meet his in the rear view and his brow creases. Sawyer presses a button on his Bluetooth headset to answer a call. T, I wanted to let you know Mrs. Gray is with me. Sawyer's eyes meet mine once more before he looks back at the road and continues. She's unwell. I'm taking her back to Escala. I see. Sir. Sawyer's eyes flick from the road to mine in the rearview mirror again. Yes, he agrees and hangs up. Taylor, I whisper. He nods. He's with Mr. Gray? Yes, ma'am. Sawyer's look softens in sympathy. Are they still in Portland? Yeah, you better believe the second Christian hears she's unwell, he's already, on the next plane. Or, no, he's only in Portland, so he's driving, because he's only, a couple hours. Or no, he'll take the helicopter and be there in, a half hour. Yes, ma'am. Good. I have to keep Christian safe. No, you don't. This is a time where I am saying go to him. Tell him what is going on and let him handle it. His evil side and his contract connections will come in handy for this. My hand strays down to my belly, and I rub it conscientiously. And you, Little Blip. Okay, I still need somebody, for the love of God, come up with a better name than Little Blip before I puke on every page that it's on. Keep you both safe. Can we hurry, please? I'm not feeling well. Yes, ma'am. Sawyer presses the accelerator and our car glides through traffic because who cares about speeding? And not this book, as we've seen. They did a whole car chase. Yes, it really would. Especially the first time. The first one is definitely the worst, where he finds her at the bar having used his military contracts and military satellites to track her phone. He's then at the bar, like when she's coming out of the bathroom, having called him going into the bathroom. He's there in literally like 3.5 minutes. But yeah, no, he does appear out of nowhere, and like nobody accounted for flight time when saying things of like, oh, he was in a meeting in New York and now he's back in like an hour and a half. Because they're not on opposite sides of the country. You know, I'm not sure how long it actually takes to fly from New York State to Washington State, but they are on opposite corners of America, so I'm guessing it takes a little while. Mrs. Jones is nowhere to be seen when Sawyer and I arrive at the apartment. Since her car is missing from the garage, I assume she's running errands with Ryan. Sawyer heads for Taylor's office while I bolt to Christian's study. Stumbling in panic around his desk, I wrench open the drawer to find the checkbook. Layla's gun slides forward into view. Oh yeah, I forgot about the gun. Yeah, because he took Layla's gun, and even though he knows nothing about guns at all, has been keeping a loaded, no safety on it, unregistered gun in his desk drawer. Like, dude, why not just like anonymously turn it into the police or drop it down a sewer grate? Like, he knows. Takes about 6.5 hours to fly from New York to Washington. Yeah, Book got it wrong. Book had it in about an hour and a half to 2 hours both ways. And see, that's what tells you that somebody did no research, because that is an easily Googleable thing of how long does it take to get from here to here. That was one of the first things the internet was good at, was estimating your drive time or flying time for things. It was one of the first things the internet got good at. Okay? For those of you who know or don't know, I'm writing a fan fiction, which I've resumed properly writing on now. I'm proud of myself because I'm getting back to it. But if I can find my notes, which of course I can't, because why would I be able to find anything when I need to find it? But I am started on to part 6 now. It's about 2.5 pages long. I'm still structuring the remainder in my head. But for both the scene that I wrote and upcoming scenes, here is the things that I researched this week for a fanfic that like nobody is reading. Okay? Let's see. What is a fancy word for brunch? The tensile strength of thin glass that has been colored, because apparently that makes a difference. The most common sizes and shapes of flower vases. What is shaved lotus root and why would I want to eat it? Recipes for warm duck salad, Bernaise sauce, bechamel sauce, and dauphinoise potatoes. So I've researched like 8 things for one scene. As you may imagine, is food. Is heavy on the food, but I have to get it right because I'm playing in the world of the Hannibal TV show. And if you've seen any scene in that, if you've seen any of the eating scenes or the dinner scenes, wow, did they put out the money for the food. And it looks amazing, and I want to pay proper respect to what I am playing around in their world. He does have a private. He has a private jet and a helicopter. I don't think it's a supersonic one, but he also has military contracts, so it's possible. I remember Concorde. Didn't they shut down? Because they were like too expensive and nobody was using them? Yeah, I think that was why. I think the bullet train in Japan is like super fast too. Layla's gun slides forward into view. I feel an incongruous twinge of annoyance that Christian has not secured this weapon. You didn't do anything either, and it's in your house too, bitch. He knows nothing about guns. All the more reason to take it away from him! You know what I would have done? I would have taken the gun away from him, and I would have handed it to either Taylor or Sawyer and said, please dispose of this. Get it out of my house and get rid of it. Geez, he could get hurt. After a moment's hesitation, I grab the pistol, check to ensure it's loaded, and tuck it into the waistband of my black slacks. There you go. There you go. You couldn't be smart, E.L. James. You had a chance to be fucking smart. You had a chance to not be stupid at the very least. I'm going to go with not stupid. I think that's the highest bar we can set. But you had a chance to not be stupid because we've established that Anastasia knows things about guns because her stepfather is former Army. So he taught her because if he's going to have a daughter, she's going to know how to shoot a gun, which I get you. I'm with you, Ray. I'm with you. Again, there's a reason that Mustache Dad in Twilight is the best part of those movies. He is the best part. He gives me, in the first Twilight movie, there's 2 times that I will laugh, and they are both his, because he is awesome. I think his name is Billy something. There were 2 Billies. That's the thing, because he's Billy, and then the native guy in the wheelchair is also Billy. One of them is Billy Burke, but I think that's the other guy. So I don't remember the guy who played Mustache Dad's last name, but he gets the only 2 laughs out of me because he's funny as hell in those movies. But E.L. James, you established that she knows about guns. She's even whining about him being unsafe. She knows how to check that it's loaded. And then you have her put it in the waistband of her pants. Which everyone will tell you that is the dumb way to store a gun. That's a good way to shoot yourself. Also, it's going to fall out of your stupid pants. Keep in mind, she's not wearing a belt or a holster of any kind. It's literally just tucked into the waistband of, like, cotton slacks. Guns are heavy. Ugh. Okay, I have hives, like, on the back of my shoulder. Really, really itchy. Oh, okay. I want to stick a bag of peas on my back. Because, oh my god. It's a good thing they're in a place I can't reach or I'd have no skin left. But she was almost smart with the gun. Almost smart. Almost smart. And then had to do the stupidest fucking thing you can do. Oh, they had metal fatigue as well. That's dangerous. Yeah, I know. I think it's Sydney, Australia, because of where the airport is. It's in quite a residential area. Planes are only allowed to fly in and land until 9 p.m. local. So I've seen a couple times where long flights taking off late, they actually have to call and get permission because they're like, we're running late. We'll get there at like 9:45. Can we have permission to land? Which, you know, I'm sure they try to keep it to a 9 p.m. cutoff, but there's going to be exceptions. Things happen. Tuck it into the waistband of my black slacks. Genius. I may need it. I swallow hard. I've only ever practiced on targets. I've never fired a gun at anyone. As I'm sure the majority of people who have guns have. I hope Ray will forgive me for putting it in the waistband of my pants. I turned my attention to tracking down the right checkbook. There are 5, and only one is in the name of C. Gray and Mrs. A. Gray. I have about $54,000 in my own account. I have no idea how much money is in this one, but Christian must be good for $5 million, surely. Well, he once told you he makes. I think he's told her he makes like 125,000 every 15 minutes. So, yeah, he's good for the money. Also, why does he have 5 different checkbooks? How is that not sus AF? And also, again, I'm not American, so maybe American banks are different. Why does she need a check? Her name is on the account. Why can't she just walk in and say, I need $5 million? Why does she need a check? Like, I don't understand. Oh, I know, and she knows he's one of like the richest men in the world, legitimately. His company is worth billions and billions of dollars and is like international and global. Yeah, like, and again, he's told her repeatedly that, you know, he owns $100 million like catamaran, and he owns multiple like multi-million dollar sports cars. Like, honey, just pick 2 of the cars in the garage. They're worth more than $5 million. There's probably one. There's probably at least a dozen cars down there that just one of them is worth more than $5 million. There's probably, like, honey, stuff in your jewelry box is worth more than $5 million. Like, if he said $500 million, then I'm like, you know. But $5 million, he like. Your husband would have let you spend that on art in Italy if you'd wanted to, easily. Because he will make that back in like 24 hours. Yeah, if he's making 125,000 every 15 minutes, then say that's $500,000 an hour. Yeah, so he's making $500,000 an hour, according to what he said. So every 2 hours he's making $1 million. So yeah, in 10 hours he's making $5 million per day. Meaning he's making about $12 million a day. Yes, we are North American, but we are not US. A point that I feel is going to become much belabored on Monday and afterwards. Did you hear they moved the inauguration inside because there's extreme cold weather and storms that are due to hit the Capitol right at that time? So I'm sure that won't screw anything up at all. Nah. Like, there's literally a chance that the Capitol is getting hit with a severe ice storm at the moment of the inauguration on Monday, which has been moved inside to the Capitol building, I believe, to the rotunda, where it'll be relatively safe. But I do have to question. I'm guessing those old buildings being made mostly of stone and also just being really, really, really old, I'm gonna guess the heating in them sucks. I'm gonna guess they are not warm. Because I also remember, like, in the winter when they hold like press cons in that building, and even though they're inside, everybody in the background has their coats on. So I'm guessing these buildings are not terribly warm. Yeah, that as well, right? Yeah. And again, the bank is going to ask questions when you walk in and say, I need $5 million and I have 35 minutes to get it. Yeah, and they already tried to kill him twice. I mean, we can't hold that against them. Ugh. Wishing I had these on. Somehow these make this better. I don't know how, but they do. Ugh. I just love that the key makes that sound. Also, discovered That if I'm carrying this upside down, the key can fall out even when it's closed. So thank God I heard it and picked it up. Because even though I have backup key on the string, I don't want to lose the only other key that they came with. Perhaps there's money in the safe? Why? He's good for a lot more than $5 million. Excuse me. Crap, I have no idea of the number. Didn't he mention the combination was in his filing cabinet? I tried the cabinet, but it's locked. Shit, I'll have to stick with plan A. So you're questioning whether he's good for $5 million and then you think he has $5 million in cash in the safe? What? Who is he? Like, who is he, freaking Calvin Hockley? What's his name, Calvin, in that? Calvin or Clive? I'm talking about Billy Zane in Titanic. His last name was Hockley, I remember that. But what was his first name was Cal, but I can't remember what it was short for. It has to be Calvin, right? Like in was it 1912? It would have to be Calvin. Would that have been a modern name for the time? It sounds modern for 1912. Yeah, exactly. That also. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, anything over 10K is flagged automatically. Because also, like, for those playing the home game, keep in mind the bank has to justify their response to this too. If they hand over the $5 million, they are going to get asked, okay, the $5 million was used as ransom in a kidnap plot. Did you not see any indications that Mrs. Gray was acting under duress? Or did you question her about what the money was for? Or why she suddenly needed $5 million in a great hurry? Like, the bank has to account for them too. Yes, millions of dollars in a house safe is kind of dumb. I mean, I get some people's point of view of like, oh, when capitalism fails and the banks collapse and blah 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 blah. Don't like it when you heard, oh, oh, Nightwolf, you are a sweetheart. I love you so much. You're so sweet. It's okay. You're entitled to your opinions. We respect it here. And you are a sweetheart that I want to hug so bad. Take a deep breath and in a more composed but determined manner, stride out of our bedroom. Press 1 in the chat if you don't think she's capable of looking or walking in a determined manner. The bed has been made, and for a moment I feel a pang. Perhaps I should have slept here last night. No. He was a jerk, you were pissed, and you should have left. What is the point of arguing with someone who, by his own admission, is 50 Shades? No, you did not. And I'm saying this to the author. I'm looking at you, bitch, because you just tried to do the ultimate hand wave of basically amounting to either, oh, he's emotionally damaged, so I can't hold him accountable for his atrocious, violent, abusive, chaotic behavior, or I cannot hold him accountable for all that crap because he is mentally ill. Pick one. And either way, you're wrong. Because having either of those things wrong with you, or just being incredibly immature, doesn't give you the right to do any of that shit. Ever. And she should not be tolerating it by making excuses for him, which is all she does. That is all she has done for like the 2/3 of this book now. Instead of trying to address his behavior, which she's only done like twice, and spectacularly failed at, instead of trying to either address his behavior or tell him that he needs to change his behavior to be with her, now all she does is go, oh, he's just doing it because he's damaged. Now I understand that he's damaged, so I can't expect him to be better than this or grow the hell up. because, oh, he's damaged, so I'll just make excuses for him. And she literally on the weekend they went to Aspen with all her friends. What did she do the entire time? She tried to keep her friends from setting him off. She tried to corral Kate and get Kate to shut up and stay out of his face and keep Jose away from him because he doesn't like Jose. So, like, that's what she spent what's supposed to be a fun weekend in Aspen doing, is trying to make sure that her husband didn't lose his temper and go off on her friends. Like, that's not a good weekend. And yeah, major title drop. I think she called it that just so she could title drop like several times. He's not even talking to me now. No, I don't have time to think about this. You don't have time anyway. It's got to have been like 45 minutes by now. Quickly, I change out of my slacks, pulling on jeans and a hooded sweatshirt and a pair of sneakers. I put the gun in the waistband of my jeans. Now, I couldn't have said it was a hoodie with a front pocket to put the gun in, which is still stupid and reckless, but it's better than the waistband of your fucking jeans. From the closet, I fish out a large, soft duffel bag. Okay, the movie didn't make up the duffel bag. She's an idiot. Will $5 million fit into this? Probably. Christian's gym bag is lying there on the floor. I open it expecting it to find it full of dirty laundry, but no, his gym kit is clean and fresh. Mrs. Jones does indeed get everywhere. I dump the contents onto the floor and stuff his gym bag into my duffel bag. There, that should do it. I check that I have my driver's license as identification for the bank and check the time. It's been 31 minutes since Jack called. See, this is where she's not. No, Nightwolf, don't ever do that. Don't unzip. Okay? Unlock, unzip. I know, right? Like, why do we need to be told that the gym laundry is clean? Now I just have to get out of Escala without Sawyer seeing me. I make my way slowly and quietly into the foyer, aware of the CCTV camera, which is trained on the elevator. I think Sawyer's still in Taylor's office. Cautiously, I open the foyer door, making as little noise as possible, shutting it quietly behind me. I stand on the very threshold, up against the door, out of view of the CCTV lens. I fish my cell phone out of my purse and call Sawyer. Mrs. Gray? Sawyer, I'm in the room upstairs. Will you give me a hand with something? I keep my voice low, knowing he's just down the hallway on the other side of the door. I'll be right with you, ma'am, he says, and I hear his confusion. I've never telephoned him for help before. Also, if you're upstairs, just yell. Why would you be calling? My heart is in my throat, pounding in a frantic, frenetic rhythm. Will this work? I hang up and listen as his footsteps cross the hallway and go up the stairs. I take another deep, steadying breath and briefly contemplate the irony of escaping from my own home like a felon. Once Sawyer's reached the upstairs landing, I race to the elevator and punch the call button. The doors slide open with the too loud ping that announces the elevator is ready. I dash inside and frantically stab the button for the basement garage. Pressing it more than once doesn't make it go faster. Stop it. I dash inside, and after an agonizing pause, the doors slowly start to slide shut as I do hear Sawyer's cries. Mrs. Gray. Just as the elevator doors close, I see him skid into the foyer. Anna, he shouts in disbelief, but he's too late, and he disappears from view. Okay, all he has to do is go out the regular door into the hallway and go down the stairs, and he's going to catch up to you before you hit the basement floor because he knows where you're going. The elevator sinks smoothly down to the garage level. I have a couple minutes start on Sawyer. No, you don't. And I know he'll try to stop me. I glance longingly at my R8 as I rush to the Saab. Got a product placement, name drop those cars. I open the door, toss the duffel bag onto the passenger seat, and slide into the driver's seat. I start the car and the tires squeal as I race to the entrance and wait 11 agonizing seconds for the barrier to lift. The instant it's clear, I drive out, catching sight of Sawyer in my rearview mirror as he dashes out of the service elevator into the garage. Okay, so you're Your highly trained bodyguard doesn't know, take the stairs. He would have caught up to her if you take the stairs. I know. I've done it too. Extra stretching tonight. I was hunched over all day. I swear, I don't know why they make kitchen countertops so low. Because when I'm doing dishes, man, it feels like I'm bending my spine in half. Ugh. Anyone know how to do that playing the glasses thing? I can get it to work usually, but I don't know how to actually do it. I let out a long rearview mirror. His bewildered, injured expression haunts me as I turn off the ramp onto 4th Avenue. Okay, a professional bodyguard wouldn't be looking like that because he would know immediately that if she's ditching you, something is very wrong. And you should be calling, honest to God, I would call, if I'm in the bodyguard's position, and I'm assuming that I answer to Christian Grey solely and only, and he is no doubt given instruction that she is never to be without one of the bodyguards, I can honestly see him calling the police and having her stopped. Make up a reason, say she's driving this car with this plate, she's emotionally distraught and she's not safe to drive, pull her over immediately. Then you're going to catch up to her. My boss with a clipboard, no, but the person I was hoping to avoid, yes. Yeah, I've had that happen. I've also been trapped in an elevator because somebody else won't get out first. In that case, it was at my old building, which neighbors get the weirdest goddamn ideas. It took me weeks to track down where this came from. But I was in an elevator with a guy who lived in the building. I didn't know him. I'd seen him around a couple times. I didn't know him. We'd never spoken. When we get in the elevator together, and in the time it takes to go from the lobby to the 19th floor, he propositioned me. He had heard, apparently, and again, it took me weeks to track down where this came from, but I did. He had heard from somebody who heard from somebody who heard from somebody that I was a prostitute. And literally just one day randomly said that he was interested in buying my time, as it were. Not only that, but to do so immediately because he fully expected me to come back with him to his apartment right now. And when the elevator stopped on his floor, which is below my floor, he stood there waiting for me to get out, even though I had already told him 5 times that, no, I am not that. No, I am not doing that. No, I am not interested in that. No, I will not go with you, and don't touch me. But he was on the door side of the elevator and wouldn't get out. Until I basically threatened to scream bloody murder if he didn't get out and if he ever spoke to me again. He eventually got out and I went home, but creepy AF. And there was a good 3 or 4 minutes where he would not get out of the elevator and I couldn't get past him and get out. It was the genuinely creepy, kind of scary situation. Yeah, we're not allowed to have that. Oh, I know, right? And I later found out that apparently the rumor got started because some old lady saw me coming home in an evening gown at 2 in the afternoon. Yeah, that's because I was coming home from my high school graduation. And I was wearing a nice dress under the graduation gown because we had like a nice fancy like meal after. And so all the girls were wearing really nice dresses and had her hair all did up and makeup and everything because it's graduation. You want to look nice. So yeah, I came home in the middle of the day wearing an evening gown. Why does that make me a hooker? Uh, I let out a long-held breath. I know Sawyer will call Christian or Taylor. Yeah, that's probably the first thing he's gonna do. But I'll deal with that when I have to. I don't have time to dwell on it now. I squirm uncomfortably in my seat, knowing in my heart of hearts that Sawyer's probably lost his job. He should have lost his job like 3 times already, honestly. He kind of sucks. Don't dwell. I have to save Mia. I have to get to the bank and collect $5 million. She sounds like she's on a video game fetch quest. Like she's playing GTA. Only badly. Not that I've ever played that because I don't have the systems, but oh, I know, right? An old lady was like 65 or something. Like I think she was just bored. And I didn't know her either. Like I remember seeing her in the lobby when I was coming home and I think she said like, "Oh, you look nice" or something like that. But I didn't know her. Like we didn't speak. So, I don't know. But this did lead to that rumor didn't stop because sometime after the elevator thing, guy from the first floor that I didn't know, I was throwing out the trash and he called me by name and I didn't know him. He apparently knew my name. He also thought I was a hooker. And after being told no, kind of reluctantly went away. But then about a month after that, I guess he found out where my apartment was because he knocked on my door one day a month later and made me the same offer. Like, seriously? Like, that was actually part of the reason that I moved from that building was that rumor would pop up every few months and somebody would do something like that like every 3 to 6 months or so and I just got fed up. But how he knew my name or which apartment was mine, I don't know because I make sure my name is not on anything. Like, you're not going to find my name next to my buzzer or on my mailbox or stupid shit like that. Not ever. I glance at the rearview mirror nervously, anticipating the sight of the SUV bursting forth from the garage. But as I drive away, there's no sign of Sawyer. That too, he could just get in one of the other cars and just follow her. Not like it would be difficult. The bank is sleek, modern, and understated. We don't care. You're supposed to be building tension and drama in a race against time kidnapping plot to save the fluffy furry animal. And yet I don't care. Oh, true. True. Oh, yeah. Honey, you want to talk about rumor and gossip? Go to a fucking Christian church. Go to a Christian, evangelical, Brethren, Anglican, take your pick. Nobody gossips like Christian bitches, man. Nobody. Good Christian bitches all the way. Nobody gossips like they do. Oh, I'm sure they do. Everybody enjoys a good rumor. The problem is I draw the line at rumors and gossip about actual people. Okay? A rumor that they are making like a 97 Spider-Man movie, fine. Rumor that, Mrs. Wilson is cheating on her husband with the milkman, I don't care. Shut your mouth. That's not your business. Shut up. Refill time. Let's see, how are we doing on time? No, we're doing good. For some reason, the chapters seem to be getting a little shorter as we move into the end of the book, because we are, and somehow how do we still have over 100 pages? There's like 120 pages left. How? This is literally how the movie ends. This is the final scene. She goes to the bank, she confronts him, she gets beat up, and then that's it. That's it. That's the end of the movie. There's like that epilogue, like montage, but that's it. So this is the final scene. So I'm really curious. What is in the 100 pages? Yeah, a good moonshine still will blow up real good on you. That's certainly true. Like, you gotta wonder how many forest fires they started back in the day. There are hushed tones, echoing floors, and pale green etched glass everywhere. That would be the worst fucking thing to have in a bank. I stride to the information desk. Okay, no, you would, unless you're about to say, I need the bank manager immediately because I have a urgent high-level transaction. Oh, and by the way, my last name is Gray. May I help you, ma'am? The young woman gives me a bright, insincere smile, and for a moment I regret changing into my jeans. I'd like to withdraw a large sum of money. I'm sorry. That's the best you could do? Just, hi, I'd like to withdraw a large sum of money. Ma'am, do you have an account here? Yes, in case you didn't know, that's his last name. Though the spelling goes back and forth. It's written both ways throughout the book, depending on context or whatever. Or she forgot which one she chose. I don't know. Miss Insincere Smile arches an even more insincere eyebrow. You have an account with us? No! I did not predict the book. Okay, see, that's how badly these are written. I say something sarcastic as fuck, and then it's actually the next line. She fails to hide her sarcasm. Honey, that's not sarcasm. She's not being sarcastic. She's looking down her nose at you. Learn the difference. You're gonna need it. Yes, I snap. My husband and I have several accounts here. His name is Christian Grey. What did I say? What did I say? I said she was gonna fucking name drop because it's all she's got. She's got nothing. You do that in the first place, you moron. You walk up and say, I am Mrs. Grey, wife of Christian Grey. You wait a second for the name to register. Then you say, and I need to make a large withdrawal and I'm in a hurry. If you're gonna flex your power, you gotta do it right. Yes. What is the prophecy that I am fulfilling that I will somehow oh if by reading this I got what he makes in 15 minutes, that would almost make it worth it. I'm still holding out hope for a new duck tonight. We haven't had a new duck in 2 weeks. This makes me sad. So I'm holding out hope that we will have a new duck tonight. And that I will get to put on the cups at some point. I'm sorry, Nightwolf, but they make me feel better. I know! What a horrific superpower that would be. I have the ability to predict the worst common denominator in so-called romance and erotica. But all I'm doing is literally thinking the most snark-ass fucking lame, cheap, easy thing ever. It might. It's possible. That is a possibility. I don't know. Her eyes widen fractionally, and insincerity gives way to shock. See, that's why you do it first. Her eyes sweep up and down me once more, this time with a combination of disbelief and awe. Okay, because what? You're not dripping in diamonds? Rich people can wear jeans? Come on. This way, have you seen Mark Zuckerberg? He still dresses like an idiot skateboard teenager. And now he has like a blonde perm. This way, ma'am, she whispers and leads me into a small, sparsely furnished office, walled with more green-edged glass. See, the creepy thing is that my bank, their signature color is green, and they are originally a US bank that came up here and bought a Canadian bank, and now they like run it together. So I really wonder if she is actually referencing my actual bank with all the green. Not that they have green edged glass in the building, because that would be stupid, but maybe in the States they do. Please take a seat. She gestures to a black leather chair by a glass desk bearing a state-of-the-art computer and phone. How much will you be withdrawing today, Mrs. Gray? She asked pleasantly. $5 million. I look straight in her eye as as if I ask for this amount of cash every day. She blanches. I see. I'll fetch the manager. Oh, forgive me for asking, but do you have ID? Why are you not the manager? Who the fuck are you and why are you not the manager? Okay, idiot like receptionist. Somebody says they're that person, you don't take them to anyone but the manager. I know, right? I do, but I'd like to speak to the manager. Okay, again, you say this at the reception and then you don't wind up with the wrong person and I have to read 5 lines about it for no fucking reason. Of course, Mrs. Gray. She scurries out. I sink into the seat as a wave of nausea washes over me as the gun presses uncomfortably into the small of my back. That's right. I was going to say, why didn't you leave the gun in the car? You're going into a bank. Also, in America, don't banks usually have metal detectors and shit? Or like some kind of shit like that? I mean, maybe not metal detectors, so that'd probably be annoying, but again, you're in a bank with a gun demanding $5 million. Like her attitude, her clothes, how are they not going to think that this is a robbery of some kind? And also, the gun is in the small of your back because it's tucked into your jeans and you're an idiot. You move the wrong way. Somebody's going to see that. And given that you're in a bank, they're going to raise all kind of hell immediately. Like, come on. You're taking something seriously that the Beverly Hillbillies made a joke out of in like 1950, whenever that show is from. And I've been watching it at night because it's on. It's like on all the free sites, and my mom liked that show, so I know it. But there is an episode where the first time that Jed Clampett goes to the bank, he's holding his shotgun because he's a hillman. They don't go anywhere without their shotgun and blah, blah, blah. And what happens? He walks into the bank, nicest guy in the world. If you know the show, Jed Clampett's the nicest guy in the world, the sweetest guy in the world, salt of the earth, honest soul. And he walks in with the shotgun, and what happens? People start running out screaming immediately, and the alarms are going off, and he gets arrested and taken to jail because they think he's trying to rob the bank because he brought a gun into the bank. And that was in 1950 whatever. Right? But like nobody is questioning her on the amount of like, why do you need this? You know, do you need it like today or in like 3 days? Are you talking? Nobody's even said. Are you talking about when you say withdrawal? Like, will a cashier's check do? Will a money order do? Are you looking to transfer this because we don't have $5 million in cash? You know, unless American, and again, American banks, there's no way. There's no way. Even in the really, you could say they're in New York City, and I guarantee you there isn't a bank that has $5 million in cash. And they're not in a place like New York. They're in fucking like Seattle, Washington. Like, it's a big city, but it ain't that big. Not now. I can't be sick now. I take a deep cleansing breath and the wave passes. Nervously, I check my watch. 25 past 2. Okay, that would help if we knew what time he called, but we don't. So I don't know how long it's been. A middle-aged man enters. He has a receding hairline but wears a sharp, expensive charcoal suit and a matching tie. He holds out his hand. Mrs. Gray, I'm Troy Wayland. There's a name. Was she watching American Gladiator? Because it sounds like it. He smiles, we shake, and he sits down at the desk opposite me. My colleague tells me that you'd like to withdraw a large amount of money. That's correct, $5 million. He turns to his sleek computer and taps it a few times. We normally ask for some notice for large amounts of money. Yeah, because you don't have it. He pauses and flashes me a reassuring but supercilious smile. Fortunately, however, we hold the cash reserve for the entire Pacific Northwest. He boasts. Geez, is he trying to impress me? Why does a bank have a cash reserve for the entire Pacific Northwest? Also, you made that up? I feel like that was very much made the fuck up to answer my bitch point of no bank has that amount of money. Well, here's the bullshit line explaining why this exact bank. How lucky that she went to this exact branch and not some other branch of this same bank. But I have never heard of banks having a cash reserve for the entire Pacific Northwest. What? It's not working? Let me check. Hold on. Give me a second. It should be working unless I didn't post the link correctly. Let me try the quick and dirty thing and see, did I fuck up the link? Let's just start with that. Thank you for trying to buy a duck. I should have said that sooner. I'm sorry. From what I can see, it should be working. I don't have any messages or blockouts or anything. Yes, I also call bullshit on this cash reserve because someone walked into a bank in my area with a long gun. I don't think anyone would flinch. Are you? I think if I remember correctly, I think you live in Texas. It's probably the only state where that's true. Yes, it did. It used to be a thing because of because part of the banks not having enough cash was part of what kicked off the Great Depression of the stock market crash and all that. That was part of it. So then they said, that banks have to have enough money physically to cover their accounts, but they don't do that anymore because they realize that cash just sitting in a vault doesn't earn money. It doesn't produce anything. It doesn't grow anything. It doesn't help the economy because it's just cash. It's useless sitting around as cash. So they don't do that. Yep. Okay, but if the Stream Elements is not working for whatever reason, maybe they're having an outage, I don't know. Maybe they're affected by the wildfires. But if that is not working, my PayPal definitely will be. And I will be able to see that. At the same time, you should be able to add a note as well on the PayPal. You can usually add a memo or something if you wish to name the duck. So please try again. The ducks love you. And Pongo will be happy to have some company. I mean, not that he doesn't like Eloise. I mean, I hear them talking when they're all in the bag together. I mean, what? Mr. Whelan, I'm in a hurry. What do I need to do? I have my driver's license and our joint account checkbook. Do I just write a check? Why would you need to write a check at all? Like, this is what I don't understand. She is at the bank asking to make a withdrawal. Why would she need to write a check to herself? You're probably right, and that probably comes from insurance laws because banks are going to be insured, like probably multiple policies to cover them in case of a robbery. And so insurance companies probably said, okay, if you want us to insure you, then you have to limit your liability. You can't have $5 million in cash just sitting around because that's a huge target for a robber, and we're not going to cover you. I know. Now I know. No, my fanfic already has me on the list. I've Googled, like, the food is one thing. I've Googled details on, like, knives, scalpels, surgical procedures, blood time clotting things. You know, very serial killery things. Okay, I hate that the fan is making my hair stick up. I gotta find new hair product since Bedhead doesn't exist anymore. You gotta find some decent hair product. Mm-hmm. First things first, Mrs. Gray. May I see the ID? He switches from jovial show-off to serious banker. Here, I hand over my license. Mrs. Gray, this is Anastasia Steele. Oh shit. Okay, who gives a flying... Oh, yes, I'll call Mr. Gray. Oh no, that won't be necessary. Shit. I must have something with my married name. I rifle through my purse. What do I have with my name on it? I pull out my wallet, open it, and find a photograph of Christian and me on the bed in the fair lady's cabin. I can't show him that. I dig out my black Amex. Here. Mrs. Anastasia Gray, Waylon reads. Yes, that should do. Okay, I'm sorry. Since when is a credit card proof of ID? That would never be accepted here. A credit card is not a form of ID. About 8 weeks, but they were on honeymoon for like 6 of them. They've only been like back in the real world, like back at home for 2 weeks. Oh, and during which time he staged an epic tantrum the first day that she went back to work because he emailed her, and when she replied, he noticed that even though they literally just got back from honeymoon and it was their first time, both of them going back to work, that she had not immediately changed her email to Anastasia Gray from Anastasia Steele. And he literally left his office after being there for like an hour in the middle of a meeting to drive across town and yell at her in her office in front of everyone for not changing her email name so that other people will know that he owns her. And yes, he put it that way. He used those words. He said, so that everyone will know I own you and that you are mine. And even though she tried to make the point that for professional reasons she wanted to use her maiden name at work, he threw a fit and pouted until she gave in. And then he went back to work. Yes, that should do. He frowns. This is highly irregular, Mrs. Gray. He'd be asking so much more questions than that. You want me to let my husband know that your bank has been less than cooperative? I square my shoulders and give him my most forbidding stare. If anything, that's just going to make him like set off the alarms all the more. This guy is tripping the silent alarm under the desk at this point, which is what he should be doing. He pauses, momentarily reassessing me, I think. You'll need to write a check, Mrs. Gray. Sure. This account? I show him my checkbook, trying to quell my pounding heart. Somebody explain why the fuck she needs to write a check, please. I really don't understand. I'm sure it's stupid and it's an American thing, but why? Why does she need to write a check at all? That'll be fine. I'll also need you to complete some additional paperwork if you'll excuse me for a moment. Paperwork which is going to take a lot more than the hour that you have left? I nod and he rises and stalks out of the office. Again, I release my held breath. I had no idea this would be so difficult. Clumsily, I open my checkbook and pull a pen out of my purse. Do I just make it out to cash? I have no idea. With shaking fingers, I write $5 million. Oh God, I hope I'm doing the right thing. Mia. Think of Mia. I can't tell anyone. You don't even know she's been taken, you stupid bitch! I'm not letting that go! You do not know that he even has her because you're that stupid! Yeah, work emails do take time to change because usually you can't change them yourself. You usually have to call like IT department or personnel or whoever or HR and request that they change your email, and then they'll get to it when they get to it. But yeah, this guy would be like, especially with her resorting to making threats, which is just really cheap and tawdry. Yeah. Oh, and so the bank has a paper trail and a physical signature? That's why she has to write a check? Is it 1910? Are American banks that antiquated? Because I remember when I was a little kid, there used to be these tables in the middle of the bank that had different papers in them. One of them was a check if you just needed a check, but there was like withdrawal slips and deposit slips. Like you would fill it out with like how much you wanted to withdraw or how much you were depositing. But they got rid of those when I was like 5 or 6. It's like over 30 years. And that wasn't checks, but I assume that was just for record keeping's sake. Yeah, they would have gotten rid of them in about 94. Yeah? They do? I guess American banks still have them. Yeah, large amounts make banks nervous. They absolutely do. 100% they do. Jack's chilling, repugnant words haunt me. Tell no one or I'll fuck her up before I kill her. Mr. Whalen returns, pale-faced and sheepish. Mrs. Gray, your husband wants to speak with you, he murmurs and points to the phone on the glass table between us. What? No. He's on line 1. Just press the button. I'll be outside. He has the grace to look embarrassed. Benedict Arnold has nothing on Whalen. Okay, yeah, your husband's on the account too. They probably had to call him if it's any withdrawal over X amount. Also, probably just further covering their own ass part. They're going to want to verify that he knows about it, even if it's the wife. I scowl at him, feeling the blood drain from my face again as he shuffles out of the office. Shit, shit, shit. What am I going to say to Christian? He'll know. He'll intervene. Yes, and that's why you should have gone to him in the first place. He's a danger to his sister. No, you are. My hand trembles as I reach for the phone. I hold it against my ear, trying to calm my erratic breathing, and press the button for line 1. Hi, I murmured, trying in vain to steady my nerves. Wrong vein. Literally wrong spelling of vein. There are 3. She used the wrong one. I know, right? Believe me, it hurts me to say it. Believe me, it hurts me to say that she should go to him for anything. Again, I want my handcuffs now more than ever. They make me feel better if I put them on tight enough. They're like my version of a security blanket. I can handle this shit if I have my blankie, okay? The fact that my blankie is like carbon over stainless steel and has a lock and key, don't judge me. You're leaving me. Christian's words are an agonizing, breathless whisper. What? No. My voice mirrors his. Oh no, oh no, oh no. How can he think that? Because you're withdrawing $5 million with no notice, you stupid. Why is she dumb? The money? He thinks I'm going because of the money? Yes! And in a moment of horrific clarity, I realized the only way I'm going to keep Christian at arm's length and out of harm's way and save his sister is to lie. You know, I want to make a joke about pregnancy hormones, but she's not pregnant enough for that to apply. I want to say it's pregnancy brain doing this, but she's not nearly far enough along for that. She's months and months and months away from that. And yes, for anyone who doesn't know, it's been proven that pregnancy actually lowers your IQ. Sometimes by as much as like 15 to 20 points while you're pregnant. So you literally get dumber. And yes, that's why you can't remember shit. Oh, I know. Oh, wait, what did you do? Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Is there a note? Please put a note. Aww. Sethdale, you absolute sweetheart, for 2 quacks and cuffs, Sethdale. Thank you so much. You are so sweet. Yes, our exchange rate sucks right now. I know it's got to be it's at like 50 cents or something, isn't it? I know it's been so bad the last few months. It's really been bad. Really bad. You know, and if idiot and his tariffs come into power, like, I don't even know. But thank you so much. You adorably. Oh, let the book close. Why am I stupid? Why am I stupid? Why did I do that? No. I will find it. I'll find it. I just highlighted something, so that'll help. Okay, there. Okay. But thank you so much. And yes, I'm sorry our conversion rate absolutely just bites horrifically right now. Absolutely awful. There's only like 3 pages left in this chapter, so I will put the cups on the second we get to the next chapter, because that's fair. But I will do the ducks right now. Okay, we got our bag o' ducks. We got 2. All right, I'm going to draw 1 now, and I'll draw 1 at the end of the chapter just to build up some tension. But here's our bag o' ducks. I'm closing my eyes. I'm reaching into the bag of ducks, and I'm just going to randomly grab one. I'm grabbing this duck. What duck did I grab? Ooh, it looks like a surfer duck. It's got sunglasses and a surfboard. So we have Surfer Duck, who's too cool to wear his shades, so they're up on his head, but he's got his little surfboard. I love that he has an actual surfboard that is actually it's actually there, and he's got his wing over it. That's cool. So we got Surfer Duck. Part of me wants to call it like California Duck. We got like Surfer Duck, Surfer Bro Duck. So what are we naming Surfer Bro Duck? Okay, I'm gonna put him next to Pongo. Oh, I bet he'll get along with Pongo because they both like the water. Because Dalmatians, total water dogs. They love to like swim and stuff like that. So yeah, they'll get along. All right, we'll draw the second one in a minute. Put the ducks over there. Yes, I whisper, and searing pain lances through me, tears springing to my eyes. He gasps, almost a sob. Anna, he chokes. Okay, no, his immediate response would be to get furious and scream, "You can't leave me, bitch. I won't give you the money." No, my hand clutches my mouth as I stifle warring emotions. Christian, please, don't. I fight back tears. You're going, he says. Yes. But why the cash? Was it always the money? His tortured voice is barely audible. If it was really only about the money, like, she's had plenty of opportunity to steal your money, dude. You're a dick for thinking this. No. Tears roll down my face. No, I whisper. Is 5 million enough? Oh, please stop. Yes. And the baby? His voice is a breathless echo. What? My hand moves down to my belly. I'll take care of the baby, I murmur. My little blip. Our little blip. This is what you want? No. Yes. He inhaled sharply. Take it all, he hisses. Christian, I sob. It's for you. For your family. Please. Don't. Take it all, Anastasia. See, now we're getting into petulant brat territory. Now he's turned into an evil, whiny little brat because he's not getting what he wants. And she's taking her ball and going home, and he doesn't like it. Can I also point out he's being an idiot right now? A really big idiot. And don't tell me it's because he has trust issues, because fuck it. She's done enough to assuage his trust issues. He should be able to figure out that obviously something is wrong here. Or, again, given what happened last night, that he came home drunk after seeing Mrs. Robinson and she was so upset she slept in the red room of pain rather than sleep next to him because she was really pissed off at the fight they had over the baby. Like, try saying, okay, I know I was a jerk. I'm sorry. I needed time. You caught me off guard. I reacted badly. We'll talk about it, but just don't, leave me right away. I knew it from somewhere. Mitch from Baywatch. Who that wasn't Hasselhoff, was it? Was his name Mitch? I've seen like a few episodes of Baywatch here and there. I've mostly just seen clips of it for, Carmen Electra and Pamela Anderson. So I don't know. But who was Mitch? Was that Hasselhoff? Was that the Hoffman himself? Because I know that show's like the only reason that he's famous. Oh, that in Knight Rider. He was in Knight Rider too. I liked Knight Rider. Knight Rider was kind of cool. It had something going on. Also, it had a very cool theme song. They think this theme song did a lot of the lifting. Nostrovia. It is him. Okay. In honor of the Hoff, Surfer Duck. Hey, is my arm not one of Surfer Duck? Sorry, Surfer Duck is now named Mitch. I'm going to add that to the official list of ducks. Christian, I nearly nearly tell him about Jack, about Mia, about the ransom. Just trust me, please, I silently beg him. And yet you could say something, like, she's got to be able to pull something out of her BDSM code language or something. Like, that would be clever right now. If she was really worried that Jack Hyde was watching, listening, whatever, which again, why would you be? He has no capability of doing any of this, and you're an idiot for believing it. But use the BDSM stuff to speak in code to Christian so that it sounds like you're saying, yes, I'm leaving you, I'm taking the money, but really she's tipping her hand to him that something is wrong. I'm under duress. I need rescue. I need saving. Something's wrong. You could have been so smart and so clever with that. You could have come up with something using their personal language, their personal life, safe words, traffic light signals, anything. But instead, no, we get this absolutely lazy fucking garbage. And this is lazy. This is literally the laziest way to do this. Absolutely the laziest possible way to do this. I'll always love you. His voice is hoarse. He hangs up. See, again, he's acting completely out of character. Completely so. This is not how his character responds to this. Not at all. Not even 1%. Christian, no. I love you too. He already hung up. Why are you talking? and all the stupid shit that we put each other through over the last few days fades into insignificance because you're stupid. I promised I'd never leave him, and I'm not leaving you. I'm saving your sister. I slump in the chair, weeping copiously into my hands. Yeah, that's not suspicious. That's not suspicious to the bank manager that she has a conversation with her husband. He hangs up and then she starts crying. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. I'm interrupted by a timid knock on the door, and Wayland enters, though I haven't acknowledged him. He looks everywhere but at me. He's mortified. You called him, you bastard. I glare at him. That's in her head. Your husband agreed to liquidate $5 million worth of his assets, Mrs. Gray. This is highly irregular, but as our main client, he was insistent. Very insistent. Okay, let's just break that load of bullshit down. Because, yeah, as much as he has $5 million, I don't think he has $5 million sitting in a checking account in cash. So, what we're told is that he's agreed to liquidate assets. That takes fucking time! And the bank is not going to pay out ahead because they don't know what those assets are worth. Until you sell something, you don't know what it's worth. If you're talking about like stocks, bonds, I'm assuming they're talking about stock. Stocks would be the easiest to do that with because you can always sell a stock share. You can sell it at any time, anywhere. You know, so they're probably talking about selling a large amount of stock to come up with $5 million. That is still going to take a lot of time. It's not instantaneous. And as I said, the bank is not going to front you $5 million even if you're Christian Grey. And apparently he's their main client. He's the largest client at this major bank branch that holds the cash reserve for the entire Pacific Northwest. He, one guy, even though he is the guy in charge of a company. Because note, he said Christian Grey. He didn't say Grey Enterprises. He didn't say the company that he runs, the billion-dollar company, is their biggest client. He said Grey personally was their biggest client. No, he's not. Unless his name is Elon Musk, and I know that is who he's supposed to be. Like we established this in the beginning. Again, this is like 15 years old. Elon Musk wasn't half of what he is now. Jesus. Just last week alone, I think he's earned another $100 billion. But clearly Zuckerberg / Musk is who Christian Grey was modeled on. And just, oh dear God. There's more than this left than I thought. I'm putting the cuffs on now. They're just going to stay on the rest of the night. All right, key. Oh, I know, right? I did hear that he wants to do something to make internet globally free. I fully support this. I believe internet should be globally free. I also believe power and water should be free in countries that can afford to do that, like mine. Like, I don't understand why anyone pays for hydro in Canada. We have more than we need. We supply 15 of the states every fucking day. Hydro should be free. We pay enough in taxes. But yeah, that's why he's like a tech startup billionaire, dude bro, immature idiot. He pauses and flushes, then frowns at me, and I don't know if it's because Christian was being highly irregular or Waylon doesn't know how to deal with a weeping woman in his office. He's more afraid of you crying. I have learned that I don't know why, but men in the chat back me up. A crying woman, for whatever reason, terrifies you on a very primordial level. Are you all right? He asks. Do I look all right? I snap. I'm sorry, ma'am. Some water? I nod sullenly. I've just left my husband. Well, Christian thinks I have. Yeah, no, how are you going to undo this? My subconscious purses her lips. Because you told him so. Because you're an idiot. I'll have my colleague bring you some while I prepare the money. If you could just sign here, ma'am, and make the check out to cash and sign that too. He places a form on the table and I scrawl my signature along the dotted line of the check, then the form. Anastasia Gray. Teardrops fall on my desk, narrowly missing the paperwork. I'll take those, ma'am. It'll take us about a half hour to prepare the money. Bullshit. Bullshit. Here's the other thing. Like, the bank has to count this, even if it's in bundles of 10,000 in like unopened bills. They still have to count this to some degree. And again, they don't have $5 million in cash. Like, not only are we way over 2 hours at this point, we got to be pushing the 3 to 4 hour mark at this point. And now it's going to be another half hour, but a half hour is not long enough for that amount of money. I used to love the smell of Vicks Vapor Rub. Absolutely, still a really great smell. Oh, wish I had a Vicks inhaler. It's so good for when you're sniffly. And check my watch. Jack said 2 hours. That should take us to 2 hours. I nod to Waylon and he tiptoes out of the office, leaving me to my misery. A few moments, minutes, hours later, I don't know. Miss Insincere Smile re enters with a carafe of water and a glass. Mrs. Gray, she says softly as she places the glass on the desk and fills it. Thank you. I take the glass and drink gratefully. She exits, leaving me with my jumbled, frightened thoughts. I will fix things with Christian somehow, if it's not too late. At least he's out of the picture. Okay, how do you the fact that she thinks he's not going to do anything, when again, that would be the most out of character in the history of ever. Suppose he doesn't have her. Should I call the police? See, you're not even sure. You're not even fucking sure that she has actually been kidnapped. And yet you're going through with all of this. Like, that's the thing, you don't even know and you're doing this. Right? Yeah, like how long is that going to take? Like, it's going to take a long ass time. Wait, no. Uh Tell no one or I'll fuck her up before I kill her. I can't. I sit back in the chair, feeling the reassuring presence of Layla's pistol at my waist, digging into my back. Who would have thought I'd ever feel grateful that Layla once pulled a gun on me? Oh, Ray, I'm so glad you taught me how to shoot. Ray, I gasp. He'll be expecting me to visit this evening. Perhaps I can simply dump the money with Jack. He can run while I take Mia home. Oh, this sounds absurd. Gee, I wonder why that is. Could it be because this is absurd? Because this is all ridiculously absurd? My Blackberry jumps to life. Your love is king, filling the room. Oh no, what does Christian want? To twist the knife in my wounds? Was it always the money? Oh, Christian, how could you think that? Anger flares in my gut. Yes, anger. It helps. I send the call to voicemail. I'll deal with my husband later. You don't think your husband, by the way, has heard from your security? Which, by the way, why hasn't he heard from the security? Why did he react like that? Because we're assuming that Sawyer has called him immediately and told him what is going on. Right? Yes. That amount of money, they're not going to half-ass this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would take a really long time. This is not a quick or easy process by any means. I'll deal with my husband later. There's a knock on the door. Mrs. Gray, it's Waylon. The money is ready. Thank you. I stand up and the room spins momentarily. Excuse me. I clutch the chair. Mrs. Gray, are you feeling okay? I nod and give him a back off now, mister stare. I take another deep, calming breath. I have to do this. I have to do this. I must save Mia. Honestly, you could say that she is coming down with prepartum psychosis, and it would make more sense than the actual plot of this being true. I pull the hem of my hooded sweatshirt down, concealing the butt of the pistol in the back of my jeans. Mr. Wayland frowns but holds the door open as I propel myself forward on shaking limbs. Sawyer is waiting at the entrance, scanning the public area. Shit. Okay, so I guess he did follow her, or he tracked her phone or something. But what, is he not informed Christian of what she did at all? Because I call bullshit. Her eyes meet and he frowns at me, gauging my reaction. Oh, he's mad. I hold up my index finger with a with you in a minute gesture. He nods and answers a call on his cell phone. Shit, I bet that's Christian. Well, duh. Because I guess your idiot bodyguard finally called him and told him what's going on. I turn abruptly, almost colliding with Wayland right behind me, and bolt back into the little office. Mrs. Gray? Wayland sounds confused as he follows me back in. Yeah, nothing sus about her stepping into the lobby, seeing someone who acknowledges her, she acknowledges them back, and then she panics and runs back into your office. That's not sus at all. Sawyer could blow this whole plan. I gaze up at Wayland. There's someone out there I don't want to see. Someone following me. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You just said that after withdrawing $5 million to a bank manager. Oh, you dumbass twit. At this point, the manager's like locking her in the office and calling the police. Because, yes, I just withdrew $5 million under very sussy circumstances, and I'm being followed and I'm afraid of them. But everything's fine! Wayland's eyes widen. Do you want me to call the police? No. Holy fuck no. What am I going to do? Okay, they wouldn't be asking your permission to call the police. It's Gray's sister. It's Gray's sister who she's met like all of twice. And that he is not close to his family. He puts on a front for them, but he has no emotional attachment to any of them. And he finds Mia an annoying little twit. Yeah, same with my family. Sure as fuck they wouldn't pay to get me back, and there's not many of them I would pay for either. But yeah, it's Gray's sister. She doesn't have any siblings. Gray's adopted sister, by the way, because all of the Gray children are adopted. Because Twilight did it so this one had to. They couldn't just drop that. Because in Twilight it made sense for them to say that they were all adopted because they're all vampires and they all looked different from each other. So yeah, it made sense to say they were adopted. And also it explained how they could hook up with each other and it wasn't incest. It wasn't incest. That was the bigger reason. This is not incest, even though we lived together as siblings and were theoretically raised as siblings. That we're all hooking up together. That's not incestuous at all. Except it still is, but books don't want to address it. Uh, uh, I look at my watch. It's nearly 3:15. Jack will call any moment. Think, Anna, think. He didn't, by the way, Jack didn't actually say, get the money and await further instruction. I will call you back in 2 hours. He just said, you have 2 hours to get the money and didn't specify how or what to do with it when she had it. Waylon gazes at me in growing desperation and bewilderment. He must think I'm crazy. You are crazy, my subconscious snaps. I need to make a call. Could you give me some privacy, please? Certainly, Wayland answers, grateful, I think, to leave the room. When he's closed the door, I call Mia's cell phone with trembling fingers. Well, if it isn't my paycheck, Jack answers scornfully. I don't have time for his bullshit. I have a problem. I know. Your security followed you to the bank. What? How the hell does he know? Okay, so now we're saying he has Christian's magic surveillance powers as well. Like, seriously? You'll have to lose him. I have a car waiting at the back of the bank. Black SUV, a Dodge. You have 3 minutes to get there. The Dodge. It may take me longer than 3 minutes. My heart leaps into my throat once more. You're bright for a gold digging whore, Gray. Figure it out. And dump your cell phone once you reach the vehicle. Got it, bitch? Yes. Say it, he snaps. I've got it. He hangs up. Shit. Oh yeah, because a bank is not going to notice a black SUV just sitting at their back door. That's totally fine. You can totally do that. Shit. I open the door and find Waylon waiting patiently outside. Mr. Whalen, I need some help taking the bags to my car. It's parked outside at the back of the bank. Do you have an exit at the rear? He frowns. Yes, we do. For staff. Can we leave that way? I can avoid the unwelcome attention at the door. Again, none of this is. You would never be allowed to leave. As you wish, Mrs. Gray. I'll have 2 clerks help with the bags and 2 security guards to supervise. If you could follow me. Yeah, nothing like having an entourage to carry the money. I have one more favor to ask you. By all means, Mrs. Gray. 2 minutes later, my entourage. Oh my god. Stop saying things that are in the book. And I are out in the street, heading over to the Dodge. Its windows are blacked out, and I can't tell who's at the wheel. But as we approach, the driver's door swings open, and a woman clad in black with a black cap pulled low over her face climbs gracefully out of the car. Elizabeth from the office. What the hell? Because again, this isn't sus at all. Like 5 members of the bank staff are witnessing this, and they're just loading $5 million into a random black SUV with a woman wearing all black clothing and a cap to cover her face. That's not sus at all. Oh my god. She moves to the rear of the SUV and opens the trunk. The 2 young bank clerks carrying the money sling the heavy bags into the back. Mrs. Gray. She has the nerve to smile as if we're off on a friendly jaunt. Elizabeth. My greeting is arctic. Nice to see you outside work. Mr. Whalen clears his throat. Well, it's been an interesting afternoon, Mrs. Gray, he says, and I'm forced to observe social niceties of shaking his hand and thanking him while my mind reels. Elizabeth. Why is she mixed up with Jack? Wayland and his team disappear back into the bank, leaving me alone with the head of personnel at SIP. Thank you for reminding me who the fuck she is, because I have no idea. Also, I don't care. Who's involved in kidnapping, extortion, and very possibly other felonies? Why? Elizabeth opens the rear passenger door and ushers me in. Your phone, Mrs. Gray, she asks, watching me warily. I hand it to her and she tosses it into a nearby trash can. That will throw the dogs off the scent, she says smugly. Not if they're actual dogs. Who is this woman? Elizabeth slams my door shut and climbs into the driver's seat. I glance anxiously behind me as she pulls out into traffic, going east. Sawyer's nowhere to be seen. Elizabeth, you have the money. Call Jack. Tell him to let Mia go. That's not how anything works. Shit. I glare at her stonily in the rearview mirror, and she pales, and an anxious scowl mars her otherwise lovely face. Why are you doing this, Elizabeth? I thought you didn't like Jack. She glances at me again briefly in the mirror, and I see a fleeting look of pain in her eyes. Anna will get along just fine if you keep your mouth shut. But you can't do this. This is so wrong. Really, bitch? This is not high school. Why does everything sound like high school? You can't do this. It's wrong. Gag me with a stick. Hannah will get along just fine if you keep. Yeah. Quiet, she says, but I sense her unease. Does he have some kind of hold on you? I ask. Her eyes shoot to mine and she slams on the brakes, throwing me forward so hard I hit my face against the headrest of the front seat. I said be quiet, she snarls, and I suggest you put on your seatbelt. And in a moment I know that he does. Something so awful she's prepared to do this for him. I wonder briefly what that could be. It has to be sex. Theft from the company? Something from her private life? Something sexual? I shudder at the thought. Yeah, the sexual is really the only option here. Christian said that none of Jack's PAs would talk. Perhaps it's the same story with all of them. And that's why he wanted to fuck me too. Bile rises in my throat with the revulsion at the thought. Because Jack is just the same as Christian, except instead of having, submissives that he meets wherever the fuck he meets them, Jack does the same, but with his personal assistants. So presumably he's got, I don't know, he psychologically broke her down. He's got video, something. We'll probably never know. This will never be followed up on or explained. Elizabeth heads away from downtown Seattle and up the hills to the east. Before long, we're driving through residential streets. I catch sight of one of the signs, South Irving Street. She takes a sharp left onto a deserted street with a dilapidated children's playground on one side and a large a large concrete parking lot flanked by a row of squat, empty brick buildings on the other side. Elizabeth pulls into the parking lot and stops outside the last of the brick units. She turns to me. Showtime, she murmurs. My scalp prickles in fear and as fear and adrenaline course through my body. You don't have to do this, I whisper back. Her mouth flattens into a grim line and she climbs out of the car. This is for Mia. This is for Mia. I quickly pray, please let her be okay. Please let her be okay. Again, you have not confirmed that he even has Mia. How much better is this if she gets there and discovers it's all a hoax? He doesn't have Mia, but he's got a gun on her now. Give me the money and I'll let you go. He takes the money and leaves. This is absolutely a setup where the bad guy wins. This is 100% a setup where the bad guy wins more than Swordfish, and I love Swordfish. Underrated, fantastic movie with an A-list cast that you would not believe. Hugh Jackman is in that before anyone knew who the hell Hugh Jackman was. And he is amazing in that movie. John Travolta chews the hell out of the scenery. Halle Berry's pretty good. Nobody knew who she was at the time either, but she's pretty good in it. You get to see her dive off a bridge in a bikini. Plus, explosions. It's got explosions. It's a genuinely good movie. Stupid as hell, but it's fun. It's one of those movies where you turn off your brain and it's just fun. Get out, Elizabeth snaps, yanking the rear passenger door open. Shit. As I clamber out, my legs are shaking so hard I wonder if I can stand. The cool late afternoon breeze carries the scent of coming fall and the chalky, dusty smell of derelict buildings. Well, looky here. I'm not sure that's how you spell looky. She has chosen to spell it Lookee. I'm not sure that's how you properly spell looky, if it has a proper spelling. I bet it does. A lot of slang words do these days. Oxford Dictionary has expanded. You know, they keep up with the times, they try. Jack emerges from a small boarded up doorway on the left of the building. His hair is short. He's removed his earrings and he's wearing a suit. A suit? He ambles towards me, oozing arrogance and hate. My heart rate spikes. So he's supposed to look like some slick city gangsta. Where's Mia? I stammer. My mouth is so dry I can hardly form the words. First things first, bitch, Jack sneers, coming to a halt in front of me. Just in case you weren't sure he's the bad guy, he keeps calling her bitch. Where's the money? Elizabeth is checking the bags in the trunk. There's a hell of a lot of cash here, she says in awe, zipping and unzipping each bag. You stated that out of order, moron. You have to unzip before you can zip. And in her cell, in the trash. Good, Jack snarls. And from nowhere he lashes out, backhanding me hard across the face. The ferocious, unprovoked blow knocks me to the ground. We needed to be told it was unprovoked. Pain explodes through my head, my eyes filled with tears, and my vision blurs as the shock of the impact resonates, unleashing agony that pulsates through my skull. Okay, if he was pistol whipping her, that's an appropriate description. Backhanding her with his actual hand, yeah, it would hurt and it's rude, but it's not gonna knock you to the ground or feel like that. If he's doing it with a 5-pound weight in his hand or a gun, then I understand. But not literally just with the back of his hand, no. He's not the Hulk. I scream a silent cry of suffering and shock and terror. Can you silently? Oh no, little blip. Okay, bitch, you got smacked across the face. And you're only like 3 to 4 weeks pregnant. He ain't doing nothing to the baby. Which is not a baby yet. Jack follows through with a swift, vicious kick to my ribs, and my breath is blasted from my lungs by the force of the blow. Scrunching my eyes tightly, I try to fight the nausea and pain, to fight for a precious breath. Little blip, oh my little blip, he's not kicking you in the stomach. That's for SIP, you fucking bitch, Jack screams. I pull my legs up, huddling into a ball and anticipating the next blow. No. You have a gun, by the way. You have a gun. You don't think that with you on the ground curled up, he's going to see the gun and take it off you in about 1 second? Because I guarantee you it's visible because it's stuck down the back of her jeans. Also, as soon as he slaps you, you pull out the gun and shoot him in the goddamn face, or else why did you bring it, moron? Because he doesn't have a gun. You know, Elizabeth, who drove the car, she doesn't have a gun. So pull it out and blast him. Jack, Elizabeth screeches. Not here. Not in broad daylight, for fuck's sakes. Yeah, maybe you should have gone somewhere indoors for this. He pauses. The bitch deserves it. He gloats to Elizabeth. Is that gloating? I don't think that's gloating. And gives me 1 precious second to reach around and pull the gun. See, should have done that before. You wouldn't have gotten kicked in the ribs. Again, if you're going to bring a gun, use it. Pull the gun from the waistband of my jeans. Shakily, I aim it at him, squeeze the trigger, and fire. The bullet hits him just above the knee, and he collapses in front of me. I was aiming for his head. Crying out in agony, clutching his thigh as his fingers redden with blood. Fuck, Jack bellows. I turn to face Elizabeth, and she's gaping at me with horror and raises her hands above her head. She blurs. Darkness closes in. Shit. She's at the end of a tunnel. Darkness consuming her. Consuming me. Oh, so now she's like passing out from the, shock, stress, horror? I don't know. Because there's no reason for it at all. From far away, all hell breaks loose. Cars screeching, brakes, doors shouting, running, footsteps. The gun drops from my hand. Anna, Christian's voice. Christian's voice. Christian's agonized voice. Mia, save Mia. Anna, darkness, peace. So we're supposed to think that she's died. We're supposed to feel like being slapped once and kicked in the ribs once. That she is dying. Like, there's a reason that even in the movie I could not take this scene fucking seriously, because nothing about it is serious and there is no stakes or peril or drama or anything. And by the way, we still have not confirmed if he actually has Mia. I bet you anything it's going to turn out that he never did. He like picked her pocket and stole her phone. But like, none of this makes any fucking sense. That Christian knows, yes, but then why did he put on, again, it's been what, like 10 minutes since she talked to him. So why, if he already knew what was going on, why would he put on the bullshit show of, oh, you're leaving me and take the money, just take it, and acting like a dick? Why would he do that if he knew what was going on? And I believe that he did, because I believe Sawyer called him the second she did that, and the two of them quickly put it the fuck together, especially when he got the call from the bank saying, yeah, your wife's here trying to withdraw $5 million. Which could also explain why the bank did it, because he could have told them, he's like, yeah, she's being blackmailed. I have the police in on it, but give her the money because we need to go forward with this. But I bet none of that gets explained or actually said. That's the end of the chapter, by the way. End of chapter, meaning we're taking a break. You gotta stretch. Love a fur baby. Get a drink, get a snack. I gotta take these off because I gotta draw a duck. Okay, we're gonna draw the duck, then I'm gonna get up for a second. And then I'll put these back on. Okay. Oh, stretch. Yes, I know. That is. Yes, it is. It very, 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 very much is. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, I guarantee you he's going to say something like that. He's going to say, this is why you should never hide anything from me. Why you should always call me first and let me handle things, and why blah, blah, blah. He's going to absolutely use this to put her under his further control 100%. But here is our bag o' ducks. We now have 12 remaining. So let's see. Okay. None to see here. Hand going in the duck bag, and I'm grabbing. What am I grabbing? I'm grabbing a duck. What am I grabbing? Where's the duck? Okay, I have this one. And do I want this one? Maybe I want a different one. Let's see. What do I got? I got this one. Okay, let's see. What do we got? Start thinking of names. Oh, we got I'm going to say it's a okay, I want to say it's a dragon. I think it's a dragon. It might be a sea dragon, but I think it's a dragon. Because he's got like little wings and kind of a tail and horns. So I'm going with some. I dropped it. I'm sorry. I'm going with some kind of dragon-like thing. I'm trying to think what else would have horns and wings, and it's got a cute little tail. It's got like a little arrow-shaped tail, and it's green. I mean, dragons come in all sizes and colors, but we can do it together. We can make a marshmallow roast out of it. Marshmallows and weenies. That'd be great. I'm willing to bet he does. I'm betting he does. There's no way he's not going to be a dick about it at some point. I have to go to the ladies' room and then stretch out. So think of a name. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, it must be aquatic because he didn't fly. There's sea dragons. It can be a sea dragon. You know, what? Maybe it's a baby. Okay, look at the size. Look at the size of the wings. Look at the size of the wings compared to the size of the dragon. Maybe it's a baby and it can't fly yet. You know, because Khaleesi's dragons, they didn't fly right away. They had to learn. They had to grow up. So maybe it's still growing. Because how long? What is childhood and adolescence for a dragon? I mean, they live for either thousands of years or forever, depending on your mythology. So, how long are they babies? But think of a name for the duck. I'm gonna put him in his place. I officially dub it Sea Dragon Duck because I like it. So, what is the name for Sea Dragon Duck? I will be right back. We now have 11. Am I doing math right? Yes, we have 11 ducks remaining. Still have the opportunity to chug. Handcuffs are taken. They will go back on when I get back. Still have the opportunity to chug a glass of wine if you would like me to. Or, again, we have 11 ducks. But I'll be right back. Please get a snack. Stretch your legs. Get up, stretch, move around, get a snack, get a drink, pet a fur baby. I'll be right back in Two Shakes of a Lamb's Tail. And we're back. Okay, so I gotta say, for the fact that Jack Hyde is the big built up baddie, he's been in. No, was he in? I don't think he was in the first book. No, because she started working in the second one. So he's been in 2 books. Sansu? Sansu. Why do I know that name? Why do I know that word? Where's that from? I know that from somewhere. I might be thinking of Satsu from Memoirs of a Geisha, though. I may be confusing the two. But Sea Dragon Duck is Sansu. It'll do. Or maybe I'm thinking of Sansa Stark. Oh god, she was such a stupid character. She never got any better. Even when they tried to make her actually have a fucking brain, she was still functionally retarded through that entire series. Like she never changed or had any character growth at all. She was just a stupid twittering girl the entire series. And I believe I haven't seen the last 2 episodes because quite frankly I didn't need to. The series got so bad the last 2 seasons and it was so obvious what was going to happen, but I believe that she lives in the end. And it's like, of all the characters you could have had survive all this bullshit, the useless twittering girl that just wanted to marry the prince and live as a princess, and she never changes. She never gets any better than that. She never grows the hell up. That's still the only thing she wants. And it's like, yeah, useless. Of all the characters you could have saved that would have been like good to have around, instead you have a useless twit. Okay, we have Sea Dragon Duck, Sansu. I like that. Also, you got about, if anybody wants me to chug, you got about 45 minutes to make that happen, because I will not do it at the end of the night because it makes me too sick. But you got about 45 minutes to make it happen if you want to make me chug a glass. After that, cut off. Kitty's having a drink of water. He's so quiet. Oh, he's noticed that I noticed him. I'm not supposed to notice him. Okay, so the entire bad guy plot that was built up for 2 books fits entirely inside of one normal-sized chapter. From the moment that he calls her until the end of it is one fucking chapter. Which, if that's all you're gonna give to it, why is this here? This started out, the whole series is meant to be a romance erotica series. Why is there a bad guy at all? The Layla Stalker shit was already, like, that at least fit. That was incredibly plausible. That I can understand. But this, like, out of nowhere sideways shit that is then dragged out for 2 books and culminates in her getting slapped in the face and kicked once. That's how effective your bad guy is. And the fact that Christian Grey was able to catch up to them and follow them in about 2 seconds. Like, is he the least effective bad guy in all of literature? He might be. Oh, so Dale, did you not get the memo? Do you not remember the marketing for these movies? Jesus Christ. I think all 3 of them came out on Valentine's Day. Like, I remember when the first one came out, it was the only movie you could go see on Valentine's Day. So many men got dragged to this movie, and I mean dragged. Poor bastards. No, it was hugely romantic. They staged the fucking movie premieres to look like weddings and candlelight dinners and all. They had flowers and roses and hearts everywhere. And yeah, no, it was touted as not only being like erotic and kind of naughty, but the greatest romance ever. Yeah, no, that was the selling point, that it was, because we can't in the marketing, we can't call it mommy porn, even though we were very much cashing in on that demographic and knew it, and that's who it was written for, which is fine. Nothing wrong with writing for that demographic, but own it. But no, it was conveyed as the ultimate romance. The ultimate romance. It's so romantic, your panties will burst into flames in the theater. That's how romantic they tried to pretend this movie was. Like, the Honest Trailers is the best thing in the history of ever. For the first 50 Shades, they're so good. They even did a song. Like, it was so good. So good. Oh, I know, right? I know. Oh, I know. You do. You really do. You do need a therapist. If you think this is proper romance, you need a therapist and possibly a restraining order. Okay, here we go. Chapter 23. I know, right? Also, I point out Christian Grey has a therapist in this who is one of the worst therapists in the history of ever. I'm definitely going to do a ranked tier. I'm going to make a list of like all the TV and movie therapists I can think of and rank them. That will be the palate cleanse at the end of this series. I'm find a way to make it funny. I'll add sound effects or something. I don't know, but I'm gonna find a way to make it funny. And so far on the list, we've got the therapist in this book, the therapist from Split. I've got 2 therapists from United States of Tara. Got to include Frasier in that. He was a therapist, and his brother Niles equally. They're both therapists. Got to include them both. If you can think of any other ones that I might know, let me know. I will not include ones from shows or movies that I have not seen because that's not fair. Oh, the guy who runs the mental asylum in Patch Adams, we can include him. Movie therapists. Can I add Young and Freud from Dangerous Method? They were real. No, not including anyone who was real. That was kind of insulting. They were actual real people when movie. So, no, not including those. There's only pain. My head, my chest, burning pain. My side, my arm. Pain. Pain and hushed words in the gloom. Where am I? Though I try, I cannot open my eyes. The whispered words become clearer. A beacon in the darkness. Her ribs are bruised, Mr. Grey, and she has a hairline fracture to her skull, but her vital signs are strong and stable. Okay, we're saying Jack Hyde slapped her so fucking hard she got a skull fracture? Bull fucking shit. Absolute fucking bullshit. He backhanded her with an open hand. That's not cracking her skull unless she has severe osteoporosis or osteogenesis imperfecta. Like, no. Just all of the no. Why is she still unconscious? Mrs. Grey has had a major contusion to her head, but her brain activity is normal and she has no cerebral swelling because she got slapped across the face, not hit in the head with a goddamn hammer. She'll wake when she's ready. Just give her some time. And the baby? The words are anguished, breathless. The baby's fine, Mr. Grey. Yeah, because nothing happened. Oh, thank God. The words are a litany, a prayer. Oh, thank God. Oh my. He's worried about the baby. The baby. Little blip. Of course, my little blip. They're going to say it 500 times in the rest of this book. I try in vain to move my hand to my belly. Nothing moves. Nothing responds. And the baby. Oh, thank God. Little Blip is safe. And the baby. Oh, thank God. He cares about the baby. And the baby. Oh, thank God. I'm not making this up. He wants the baby. You don't know that. Oh, thank God. I relax and unconsciousness claims me once more, stealing me away from the pain. Okay, she's in the fucking hospital. Why is she in pain? Morphine is a thing. And yes, you can give painkillers to pregnant women. You know, maybe not morphine exactly, but I guarantee you they got something. Right? Yes. He is incredibly pissed. He is incredibly pissed and made it clear he does not want her pregnant right now. And I have been waiting for him to slip, the abortion pill into her morning smoothie. Because again, she's only like 3 to 4 weeks pregnant. So there's still a lot of things that could make her miscarry. And if he did drug her, which we know that he does, we know he's roofied her in the past, so he's definitely not above spiking her tea with something that will make her lose the baby. And it would look perfectly natural, especially that early on. You don't give morphine to a pregnant lady. Okay, you're probably right, but I'm sure there is something that is pregnancy safe for pain. Everything is heavy and aching. Limbs, head, eyelids, nothing will move. My eyes and mouth are resolutely shut, unwilling to open, leaving me blind and mute and aching. As I surface from the bog, consciousness hovers. A seductive siren just out of reach. Are you awake or not, bitch? Sounds become voices. I'm not leaving her. Christian, he's here. I will myself to wake. His voice is strained, an agonized whisper. Christian, you should sleep. No, Dad, I want to be here when she wakes up. I'll sit with her. It's the least I can do after she saved my daughter. Okay, apparently, yes, Mia was kidnapped. We didn't fucking see that, you dumbass bitch! How shit are you as a writer if until this moment I didn't know if Mia had actually been kidnapped or not? Because even when she confronted the bad guy, and I use the word confronted in the very loose sense, even when she confronted the bad guy, we didn't actually see that he actually had Mia. At no point was this confirmed until now. Like I said, it would actually be way better if it turns out no, he never had Mia at all. That would make more sense than this. That would make a lot more sense. That's what the other book is for. That the book's from his point of view. Somehow he's gonna wind up confirming that he has Mia when he's not supposed to know about any of this. Yeah. This is the last one. This is the last one in the original series. This is the end of it. It was intended to be the end of it. She didn't write the other 3 for 10 more years. That's why I'm waiting on the other 3 because you know, writing it 10 years later after all the backlash, a decade of it, and all the videos pointing out how he was using cult brainwashing techniques and how he was using, like tricks that abusers use to break people down, how he's the most abusive person ever for 10 years. How much retconning do you think is in the books from his point of view, or justification or explaining? There's going to be so much. There's going to be so much. I'm going to die. How's Mia? She's groggy, scared, and angry. It'll be a few hours before the Rohypnol is completely out of her system. Oh, so they're saying they roofied Mia to kidnap her, I guess. And I guess she was just randomly alone. Because rich young people, they're always alone where somebody can roofie and kidnap them with nobody noticing. Not like she's constantly seen in groups. Christ. I know. I'm feeling 7 kinds of foolish for relenting on her security. You warned me, but Mia's so stubborn. If it wasn't for Anna here. Oh, that's right. Christian had also sicked his security on all of his family. And he did this like 2 days ago. So how, and again, Christian, and we're claiming that Christian is now saying, because this is retconning, that this is Christian saying he relented on her security. Do you see him relenting on fucking anything? He doesn't care what Mia thinks. He doesn't care what his family thinks. He doesn't give a flying fuck about any of that. I just remembered I needed to do a thing, and I don't know if I did a thing. Excuse me while I check and see if I did a thing. Come on. Don't break on me. Okay, I think we're okay. Apparently I did remember to do the thing. A thing has occurred. That is true. Oh, I know. If it's like that, I'm going to find a text version of the first book and sync them up, because I also heard that the ones from his point of view, they do not match exactly with the first 3 books. They don't end at the same places, because I guess she was too incompetent to do that. But if it starts like literally changing what he said or what he did, I'm going to have the text copy of the first one because I burned it, but I'll find a free PDF copy. I'll find it. It's out there. You know it's out there. I'll find it. And I am going to pull up line by line and be saying, no, bitch, that's not what he fucking said. This is the exact same scene just from his point of view, and that's not what he fucking said. I'm going to be that person all day long. We all thought Hyde was out of the picture. And my crazy, stupid wife, why didn't she tell me? He actually just called her stupid. Not silly, not headstrong or brave or stubborn. Stubborn would have been a good one. Stupid. He literally just called her stupid. I'm not saying she's not. I'm saying if you love her, you don't say this. Yeah, a little difference in terms of like interpretation, mannerisms, things like that. But I mean, like, if it in a scene where, let's say, he said, don't roll your eyes at me or I'll spank you. And then from his point of view, it says, wow, you have really nice eyes. I get to call bullshit. Christian's voice is full of anguish. We've heard this about 5 times. Move on. Christian, calm down. Anna's a remarkable young woman. No, she's not. And she's incredibly brave. No, she's not. Okay, again, these are other characters ascribing traits to her that we've never seen her display. And no, I don't call her brave or remarkable for what she just did. She gets neither of those. She gets the stamp of moron, idiot, flake, fraud, fool, dumbass. Brave and headstrong and stubborn and stupid. His voice cracks. Hey, Carrick murmurs, don't be so hard on her. Or yourself, son. I'd better get back to your mom. It's after 3 a.m, Christian. You really should try to sleep. The fog closes in. The fog lifts, but I have no sense of time. Yeah, drugs will do that. If you don't take her across your knee, I sure as hell will. What the hell was she thinking? Trust me, Ray, I just might do that. Oh, are you kidding? Her father just told her husband to put her over your knee and spank her? I might need my lighter. That's getting highlighted. They're not getting away with that. They're not getting away with that. No, her father is the only decent character. He's the only decent character in any of these. They don't get to make him evil at the last minute. I'm not gonna have it. And also they're victim blaming. Let's just point that out. And now you've made her father creepy now. You've made it creepy now. You crossed the line, you made it creepy when her father was the only redeemable character in any of these. He was the only decent person, apparently, that she'd ever known in her life. I know, right? I know. Believe me. I want to. Believe me. But not with the cups on. Plus, I will make a great point of the highlighted pages are the ones I burn in the video. I will make sure, very, very sure. Dad, he's here. I fight the fog, but I spiral down once more into oblivion. No. Okay, again, drugs, but also not. This is not how drugs work. Detective, as you can see, my wife is in no state to answer any of your questions. Christian is angry. When is he not? You can add the words Christian is angry to every page of this entire series, both sides. She's a headstrong young woman, Mr. Gray. I wish she'd killed the fucker. That would have meant more paperwork for me, Mr. Gray. Miss Morgan is singing like the proverbial canary. Hyde's a real twisted son of a bitch. He has a serious grudge against your father and you. The fog surrounds me once more and I'm dragged down. Down. No. How many times are we going to do this? How many times? What do you mean you weren't talking? It's Grace. She sounds angry. I try to move my head, but I'm met with a resounding, listless silence from my body. What did you do? Mom. Christian, what did you do? I was so angry. It's almost a sob. No. Hey. The world dips and blurs and I'm gone. Okay, we've had 3 pages of this now. Enough or I'm going to scream. I hear soft, garbled voices. You told me you'd cut all ties. Grace is talking, her voice quiet and admonishing. I know. Christian sounds resigned. But seeing her finally put it all in perspective for me. You know, with the child. For the first time I felt what we did, it was wrong. Oh, because we had to. This is the ultimate retcon of where, oh no, he finally sees that what Mrs. Robinson did to him by, sexually abusing him and giving him this warped idea of BDSM. Oh, he finally sees that it was wrong, even though he was defending her literally yesterday. He was continuing to defend her yesterday and said that even if society said it was wrong or whatever, he didn't feel that it was wrong. And for once I was kind of on his side because I can understand that and he's entitled to his point of view and to have his feelings about it and not be told how to feel about it regardless of how other people might interpret that kind of relationship. I'm not saying it's right or it excuses it or that she's not a sex predator. She is. But I'm saying he's entitled to feel how he feels about it. And you shouldn't be telling him how to feel about it. It's like, what's the Voyager episode? Sethiel, I think you're a Trekkie like me, right? Voyager episode where the doctor thinks that he can be a psychiatrist and he starts playing with repressed memories in Seven of Nine's head and convinces her that she was... It's an allegory and they use it differently in the show, but basically convinces her that a guy they're trying to trade with drugged and raped her. And he keeps pushing her, but the whole episode he's telling her what to feel, because even when she believes him, she doesn't know how to feel about it. So he tells her, he's like, you're angry. Of course you're angry. You have to be righteously angry and want him dead. And then she does, and then it's revealed that it's all fake. It didn't happen. The doctor just didn't know what he was doing and basically screwed with her mind. But it's left in a place where, because the episode is shit, that in the end you don't really know. They don't make it clear cut in the end, which they should have done if that was the point. And also the time when it came out in the mid 90s, repressed memory was all the fucking rage and it's a load of crap. And again, the episode's bad. It's a bad episode. It's trying to do something that the writers were not capable of. It's very poorly handled, and it's ultimately not resolved and ambiguous, and everybody looks bad. But this is that. This is that. Is he is being told what to think. And I think he's lying to his mother. I think he's making this up and saying this to make her feel better because it's what a mommy wants to hear. But I think this is like him begrudgingly admitting when Anastasia wouldn't shut up and she wouldn't drop it, of him saying, okay, I care about her, about Layla. He didn't mean that either. I didn't believe for a second that he meant that, and I don't believe that he means this. He's telling people what they want to hear to shut them up and get them out of his face, which can work. What she did, darling, children will do that to you. Make you look at the world in a different light. Oh, yeah, he's become a completely different person in 12 hours from the drunken rage machine, I don't want a baby, get rid of it fool that he was literally 24 hours ago. She finally got the message, and so did I. I hurt Anna, he whispers. We always hurt the ones we love, darling. You'll have to tell her you're sorry. And I mean it. Give her time. Yeah, she's going to face no accountability for what she did. Because now it's all on him. It's all his fault. Blah, 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 blah. She said she was leaving me. No, no, no. I reserve the right to give her a chipmunk voice whenever I need to. Did you believe her? At first, yes. Darling, you always believe the worst of everyone, including yourself. You always have. Yes. Anna loves you very much, and it's obvious you love her. She was mad at me. I'm sure she was. I'm pretty mad at you right now. I think you can only truly be mad at someone you really love. This is not true. I thought about it, and she's shown me over and over how much she loves me, to the point of putting her own life in danger. No, she didn't. If you want me to think her life is in danger, you need a much better bad guy and a much better climactic scene. You couldn't even write something that made it look like she was in danger, because at no point was she. Oh, yes, she has, darling. Oh, Mom, why won't she wake up? His voice cracks. I nearly lost her. Christian, there's muffled sobs. No. Oh, the darkness closes in. No. Okay, seriously, I'm gonna start ripping pages out. I'm not reading this shit for 10 pages if it's just her continuing to wake up. I will start skipping, I swear to fucking God. It's taken 24 years for you to let me hold you like this. I know, Mom. I'm glad we talked. So apparently he's having like therapy with his mother, who is better than all of his therapists, and this is supposed to leave. This is the world's most ambiguous hand wave, because we're getting snippets of one-line conversations as recalled by somebody who is drugged and apparently has severe like head injury and is waking up at random moments. But this is being used to handwave him, like when she wakes up, he's going to be a brand new shiny version of himself who's thrilled to be a father, who knows that Mrs. Robinson is evil and is no longer a controlling, manipulative, psycho stalking serial killer bastard. This is the ultimate handwave as we reprogram the character with mods, because that's the only thing that's going to get us out of this. Me too, darling. I'm always here. I can't believe I'm going to be a grandmother. Grandma, sweet oblivion beckons. That line's getting highlighted. I like that. Sweet oblivion beckons. Yes, it does. Second I'm done this, I'm throwing the whole book in a fire. Wish the outdoor barbecues were open. Really want to use one of those. I'd probably get in trouble for burning a book in it. His stubble softly scrapes the back of my hand as he squeezes my fingers. Oh, baby, please come back to me. I'm sorry. Sorry for everything. Just wake up. I miss you. I love you. I try. I want to see him. But my body disobeys me and I fall asleep once more. I swear to fucking God, she doesn't wake up on the next page. I'm skipping ahead till she does, because this is stupid and pointless. And book has not earned it, and it's gaining nothing. I have a pressing need to pee. Okay. I open my eyes. I'm in the clean, sterile environment of a hospital room. It's dark except for a side light, and all is quiet. Also, if he's got stubble, it's implying he's been there for a couple days. Why the hell is she in a coma? Like, there's no reason for this at all. She was not injured that badly. She's not in a medically induced coma. This is just ridiculous drama that you couldn't even. Again, all you have to change one thing. Have Jack Hyde pistol whip her instead of slapping her with the back of his hand. Have him beat her in the skull with a pistol a couple times. That justifies a skull fracture and possibly being in a coma for a couple of days. That justifies that. Not being slapped with the back of a hand openly. No, that doesn't do this. And there's like a million ways they could have justified this. My head and my chest ache, but more than that, my bladder is bursting. I need to pee. I test my limbs. By the way, if she's been in a coma for a couple days, they didn't put a catheter in, they forget that people have to pee. Like, my right arm smarts, and I notice the IV attached to it on the inside of my elbow. I shut my eyes quickly, turning my head. I'm pleased that it responds to my will. I open my eyes again. Christian is asleep, sitting beside me and leaning on the bed with his head on his folded arms. I reach out, grateful once more that my body responds, and I run my fingers through his soft hair. He startles awake, raising his head so suddenly that my hand falls weakly back on the bed. Hi, I croak. Oh, Anna. His voice is choked and relieved. He grasps my hand, squeezing it tight and holding it up against his rough, stubbled cheek. I need to use the bathroom, I whisper. He gapes, then frowns at me for a moment. Okay. I struggle to sit up. Anna, stay still. I'll call a nurse. He quickly stands, alarmed, and reaches for a buzzer beside the bed. Please, I whisper. Why do I ache everywhere? I need to get up. Jeez, I feel so weak. Yeah, you've been unconscious for God knows how long. And are probably on some drugs. Will you do as you're told for once? He snaps, exasperated. I really need to pee, I rasp. Because we're sticking with the infantilizing where she sounds like a whiny child. Because why would we ever drop that? My throat and mouth are so dry. A nurse bustles in the room. She must be in her 50s, though her hair is jet black. She wears over large pearl earrings. When was the last time you saw a nurse wearing earrings at all? There's a reason in certain professions people don't wear jewelry. Like, I think the only time I've ever seen nurses wearing earrings at all are very, very, very tiny little studs, and I mean flat studs. Like, they don't wear jewelry. Like I've known dozens and dozens of people who are nurses and doctors. Many of them leave like their wedding rings in their car or at home. There's a reason for that. No, there's several reasons, but like one, a nurse that I knew actually at a private clinic that she worked at once, they actually had a policy that nobody could wear any gold jewelry because they had 2 patients that were actually contact allergic to gold. My mom was actually allergic to gold, but only in her ears. She was worried when I first got my ears pierced when I was 8 that I would be the same. So she actually had me tested to be sure because it had caused a really bad infection for her and it almost made her deaf. And so she was kind of paranoid. I wasn't allergic to it like she was, but we did discover a friend of mine by random chance. She was allergic, again, only in her ears. She was allergic to sterling silver. Weird, but it happens. Yeah, exactly. If she somersaulted and landed directly on her head, I know. Like, that's the thing. All it said was that literally he backhanded her and she fell down because she's pathetic and weak, and he kicked her in the ribs once. Like, she shouldn't have been unconscious at all, let alone for several days. Nope. I said stay. Yeah, it getting ripped out is the thing, especially if somebody's on drugs or psychotic. And yeah, germs. big problem with germs. Also, most jewelry is filthy. Like, when was the last time you cleaned any piece of jewelry that you own? Like, it's like cell phones. People don't clean them. Oh, wait, I was gonna. No. Okay, I almost dropped the highlighter. I don't know how I'm getting anything off the floor while I'm in cuffs. I also point out she just woke up from a coma that he was afraid she'd never recover from, and his first response is to be a dick. Mrs. Gray, welcome back. I'll let Dr. Bartley know that you're awake. She makes her way to my bedside table. For a second, I thought it said Bartell, and all I could think of was Hand That Rocks the Cradle, which I really want to watch now. I heard yesterday, because I was watching a review of it, and they said at the end, I looked it up, it's true. They're remaking The Hand That Rocks the Cradle because they just can't make anything that's not a remake or a reboot. And I already know it's gonna be atrociously terrible because they're gonna do it ham-fisted and hokey and corny and stupid. Whereas the first one is a slow burn psychological thriller that is fantastic and wonderful and gave birth to a whole genre and is very much a staple of the early 90s. They're going to go for like the slasher vibes of stupid moronitude. It's going to be dumb. It's going to be hack. It's going to be loud. There's going to be jump scares and obnoxious music and very shit writing. Like, you ever want to know how good of a movie The Hand That Rocks the Cradle is? All you got to do is watch the opening credits. That's all it takes. The opening credits where the camera is just slow panning around a house with nobody in it, and it's like 3.5 minutes long. You'd never get away with doing this today. But that right there is how you know you're watching a quality film. My name is Nora. Do you know where you are? Yes, hospital. I need to pee. You have a catheter. Okay, so I'm not an idiot. Okay, they're not idiots. They actually did this. What? Oh, this is gross. I glanced anxiously at Christian, then back to the nurse. Please, I want to get up. Even if you do, you have a catheter that is a tube that goes through your urethra into your bladder. You're not, it doesn't matter if you're sitting on a toilet, you're still peeing into it. And also, you're about to have a baby. Get used to like gross, humiliating indignities being done to your body without your permission or consent, and nobody asking your permission or consent before sticking their hand in your vagina, because that's going to happen a lot. Again, not saying that that's right, and I think that hospitals are absolutely atrociously disgusting places when you get into issues of consent and abuse, because they're literally taught that they can put their hands on someone any way they fucking want. And I know way too many doctors that think talking to their patients is a waste of their time, let alone asking for consent before doing anything, and they think they're entitled. They think that, like, you know, they can't be charged with assault for putting their hands on someone without their permission. Because I'm a doctor and it was medical. That doesn't matter, ass clown. But the hospitals will defend them. The police won't do shit. Like, there's a reason that, like, so much medical abuse and physical abuse of patients happens, and yet every time a video comes out, people are like outraged about it because they're like, oh, nurses and doctors, they're all saints and angels. No, they're not, you moron. Doctors are people who want to make a lot of money. They're also arrogant as fuck, narcissistic, and taught that they literally walk on water and are God and can do anything they want. And most nurses are abusive, bully bitches and generally pretty stupid. And again, I've known plenty. Have I known some that were good? Yes, but few and far between. And as I said, most of them are idiots. Most of them are incredibly stupid. It is one of the few jobs that I have known, the vast majority of people that I have known were homeschooled and never went to college. And it was one of the few jobs they could get because you can take a training course and be qualified to be a nurse at some level and nobody bets anything, so you'll get hired. They don't hire you for being smart. You're not required to think. It's one of those mindless automaton kind of jobs. Now, can some of them be good and be genuinely good people and good at their jobs? Yes, but is that true overall? No. Especially in a hospital, because hospitals hire the lowest common denominator. If you're good at what you do, if you're a good nurse, you don't work in a hospital because hospitals also pay shit. Okay, you want to make real money and you can actually get hired? You get hired at a private clinic. You get hired at one of those fancy spa clinics if you're a nurse and you're good, because that's where you're going to make some money. Working in a hospital, you're not making money. You're not getting paid decently and you're putting up with a lot of crap. I'm not saying they don't put up with an extreme amount of crap. And sometimes it's even dangerous. Not discounting any of that. But if you have any skills at all, you're not working in a hospital, you're not working in the ER. Like surgical nurse is a different question because that is an actual skill set. That is a whole other skill set. They get paid pretty well because, again, it's a whole other skill set. It takes years to learn. You're not going to get some nursing degree from DeVry and become an OR nurse. That's not happening. But again, different degrees for different things. But yeah, the fact that she's wearing overly large pearl earrings is just ridiculous. Like, where the hell have we woken up? Mayberry? Mrs. Gray, please. Anna, Christian warns. I struggle to sit up once more. She's been awake for 5 seconds. He's already telling her what to do. Let me remove your catheter, Mr. Gray. I'm sure Mrs. Gray would like some privacy. She looks pointedly at Christian, dismissing him. By the way, if she really has to pee right now and you remove the catheter, she's just going to pee all over the bed. I'm not going anywhere, he glares back at her. Yeah, God forbid you respect your... What am I saying? Christian, please, I whisper, reaching out and grasping his hand. Briefly, he squeezes my hand and gives me an exasperated look. Please, I beg. Fine, he snaps and runs his hand through his hair. You have 2 minutes, he hisses at the nurse, and he leans down and kisses my forehead before turning on his heel and leaving the room. There's so many things wrong with that. One, that he's saying the 2-minute bullshit to the nurse, but also, a nurse is not going to remove a catheter without checking with a doctor. That's not in their purview. They can't do shit like that without somebody telling them to do it. That's not a nurse's decision. All she's going to do upon seeing that you are awake is page Dr. Whoever and tell him that you have woken up. She's not going to do fuck all else than that. And nobody in a hospital cares about your dignity, your privacy, or respect of any kind. Those are not on the menu. Christian bursts back into the room 2 minutes later as Nurse Nora is helping me out of bed. Also, you would need supplies. Removing a catheter is not like snapping your fingers. There's a process, there's a procedure, there's sterilizing. It takes more than 2 minutes. And again, a nurse can't do this on her own. She doesn't make the decision of anything. You think nurses are fucking deciding who gets what medication or what procedures happen or when to do what or what tests or when to remove things? No. They're not allowed to decide any of that. That's not their job. A doctor comes in, he writes orders, and then he hands it to the nurse, and the nurse does it. But nurses don't write orders. They don't decide things, ever. Especially in a hospital. Like, especially in a hospital. No way in hell you'd be fired immediately. It's my hair. It's my hair. My fan is blowing it up. I need bedhead. And I discovered they don't make bedhead anymore, but it's my hair. But I need some kind of like setting gel or something to style my hair because it's too short and it's really poofy and it keeps going for volume because I'm Italian. Yes, exactly. The amount of bureaucracy is insane. insane in hospitals. The amount of paperwork for even the tiniest little thing. Here, let me see. Yeah, I've got like these 3 strands that will not stay the hell down. So, yeah, they won't stay down. I need some kind of setting lotion or something. I don't even know what. I don't even know what to buy because I'm such a lesbian. I don't even know what to buy. I know. It looks bad. I know. But yeah, no, that's not a thing. It's just not a thing. Oh, by the way, still need a name for our sea dragon duck. I will come up with one if you want me to, but it's your call. Mm. Mm-hmm. It didn't break. I'm extremely worried I'm going to break this glass on these cuffs because that's about the 3rd time I've hit it. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. My brain is glitching. I'm sorry. Okay, I heard about. Do they even make that anymore? Because I've heard of it, but kind of like in a joke way. I'm sorry. I forgot what you named it. I'm very sorry. I'm blaming the fact that I've had 3 glasses of wine. But I'm very, very, very sorry. I don't know why I forgot that. But yeah, do they actually make Aquanet anymore? But also, Hairspray makes your hair all like crispy like a shell. I want something where it still moves and looks natural, not like Darth Vader. I'm so sorry. I forgot that. I can't believe I did that. I'm so sorry. Ugh, bad host. Big smack. Nora's helping me out of bed. I'm dressed in a thin hospital gown. I don't remember being stripped. You've been unconscious for nobody even knows how. We don't even know how long. By the way, we don't know if she's been unconscious for 8 hours or 8 days. We have no idea. Let me take her, he says, and strides towards us. Mr. Gray, I can manage, Nurse Nora scolds him. He gives her a hostile glare. Damn it, she's my wife. I'll take her. Security would be removing him. Like, at some point, security would be throwing him out for being like this. He says through gritted teeth as he moves the IV stand out of his way. Mr. Gray, she protests. He ignores her, leans down, and gently lifts me off the bed. I wrap my arms around his neck, my body complaining. Jeez, I ache everywhere, for no reason. Said the hell am I forgiven for forgetting? Please? My legs feel like jello. Christian flips the light switch and I'm momentarily blinded by the fluorescent lamp that pings and flickers to life. Okay, that would be... Thank you. You're very kind. Thank you. There's no way there's a lamp in a hospital bathroom. There's overhead fluorescent lights. There's not a fucking lamp. Sit before you fall, he snaps, still holding me. Yeah, again, you haven't put her down. Tentatively, I sit down on the toilet. Go. I try to wave him out. No, just pee, Anna. Could this be any more embarrassing? I can't. Not with you here. Really, with all you guys have done, peeing in front of him is the limit? He might fall. Mr. Gray, we both ignore the nurse. Did you lock the door? Because most hospital bathrooms, I think, don't even lock. For, like, myriad of reasons. Please, I beg. He raises his hands in defeat. I'll stand outside, door open. He takes a couple of paces back until he's standing just outside the door with the angry nurse. I had an argument with a nurse about her leaving a bathroom once, but I was 10 years old. And I had been hit by a car, and my mother was in a coma with severe brain damage and skull fracturing, and I needed a bath, and she wanted to sit in the bathroom with me, to which I said no, because I'm 10 years old and I'm perfectly capable of taking a bath by myself. So she sat in a chair outside the bathroom with the door cracked open, which was okay. This was an acceptable compromise. But I did have to stand my ground and basically threaten to throw a fit to get her to get out of the bathroom. Like, I understand it. And at the time, my legs were so damaged that I literally couldn't stand. So she had to put me in the bath and then help me out. But I said, I'll call you when I'm finished thing. Like, I don't need you to physically wash me. That was the line. But I couldn't walk on my own. That was fair because my legs were too battered. I couldn't walk at the time. I was fine in like a day or two. I could walk around, but for a couple of days, my legs wouldn't hold me because they were too bruised up. Not that that stopped me from trying to immediately get out of bed and go find my mother, which left me literally in a pile on the floor going, okay, maybe I should have listened when they said don't try to get up. But I had to try, you know? I was 10 and I wanted my mommy. Argue with that. I dare you. No, exactly. You're not going to find a lamp anywhere. You're not going to find a fucking clock radio or a lamp. The TVs are bolted. The TVs are inside metal frames that are bolted into the ceiling. Like, there's a reason that everything is very, very secure. There's more than one reason, but some of them are good ones. Like, even the nightstands are usually bolted into the floor or the wall or something. Like, no, you're not going to find a lamp. Oh. Like, the only thing you're going to find in the hospital, and hospital bathrooms usually have like so much nothing. They're usually huge because in case you have to get a gurney in there, so they tend to be massive, but there's nothing in them. There's a sink and there's a toilet and there's toilet paper and that's it. There isn't a plunger, there isn't a toilet brush, there's not a trash can. Usually there's not a trash can unless it's the built into the wall kind. Like, no, they don't have stuff like that. Again, many, many reasons. Many, many, many reasons why this is. Excuse me. Turn around, please, I ask. Why do I feel so ridiculously shy with this man? Yeah, I'm wondering that too, because you really shouldn't. He rolls his eyes but complies, and when his back is turned, I let go and savor the relief. Was this just in here because she's trying to cover every paraphilia that there is? And this is for the Europhilia crowd? I take stock of my injuries. My head hurts, my chest aches where Jack kicked me, my side throbs where he pushed me to the ground. Plus, I'm thirsty and hungry. Jeez, really hungry. I finish up, thankful I don't have to get up to wash my hands as the sink is close. I just don't have the strength to stand. I'm done, I called, trying my hands on the towel. Christian turns and comes back in, and before I know it, I'm in his arms again. I've missed these arms. He pauses and buries his nose in my hair. Because, of course, it's the hair smelling. Okay, again, to any real men of the real world, have you ever smelled a girl's hair? Not in a creepy standing behind her in line at the movies way. In a, I was dating her and she was my girl, and I used to regularly smell her hair as a thing. Is this an actual thing? Because, again, anytime it's done in movies or TV, it's in a creepy fashion with one exception. And yes, there's a hair smelling scene in Hannibal, and that's what I'm pointing to. And even that was a little creepy. It was a little creepy. And they called it out. But it was also hella romantic. Okay, I crush Hannibal and Will. I'm Hannah Graham all the way. Okay, I wish they had made the Hanagram happen because I needed to see it. Because especially in the first season, the level of like subtle gay eroticism is off the fucking charts, and I need more of it. Okay, I needed them to be a couple, and they let me down. But I'm still so here for it. The scene where Will is like leaning against the ladder and they're having that conversation. If that's not the gayest conversation, where you just want to scream, "Just fuck already!" Like, please, just fuck already. Ugh. Ugh. Like, I swear, only Bridgerton does sexual tension as well. Doesn't my hair smell weird? Okay. That's a good reason to smell someone's hair is being asked to. That did not occur to me. But that's a very good reason to smell somebody's hair. How I've missed you, Mrs. Gray, he whispers. And with Nurse Nora fussing behind him, he lays me back down on the bed and releases me. Reluctantly, I think. If you've quite finished, Mr. Gray, I'd like to check over Mrs. Gray now. Again, a nurse is not going to be the one to check her over. She just woke up. Where's the fucking doctor? Nurse Nora is mad. Yeah, again, a nurse is not going to tolerate his bullshit either. A nurse is going to say, "No, that's my job. You will wait outside or security will remove you, Mr. Gray." And she's not going to give a fuck what your net worth is. He stands back. "She's all yours," he says in a more measured tone. Yeah, probably because he knows. She huffs at him and then turns her attention back to me. Exasperating, isn't he? This is in her head. If she said it out loud, it would be funny, but it's in her head. "How do you feel?" she asks me, her voice laced with sympathy and a trace of irritation, which I suspect is for Christian's benefit. "Sore and thirsty. Very thirsty," I whisper. "I'll fetch you some water once I've checked your vitals and Dr. Bartlett Bartley has examined you. You couldn't have picked a better name." She reaches for the blood pressure cuffs and wraps it around my upper arm. She would be wearing that anyway. I glance anxiously up at Christian. He looks dreadful, haunted even, as if he hasn't slept for days. Yeah, why don't you ask how long it's been? That would be a good question. His hair is a mess. He hasn't shaved for a long time. His shirt is badly wrinkled. I frown. "How are you feeling?" Ignoring the nurse, he sits down on the bed out of arm's reach. Yeah, like he's not going to be yelled at for doing that. Confused, achy, hungry. Hungry? He blinks in surprise. I nod. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything. Soup." "Mr. Gray, you'll need the doctor's approval before Mrs. Gray can eat." Again, yeah? He gazes at her impassively for a moment, then takes his Blackberry out of his pants pocket and presses a number. "Anna wants chicken soup." "Good. Thank you." He hangs up. He definitely just called Mrs. Jones. He just called his housekeeper and is having her make chicken soup and bring it to the hospital. Dude, just go on fucking DoorDash and get some goddamn soup. You know, and also don't trust a hospital cafeteria because even, again, I've known doctors and nurses. They will be the first ones to tell you that all the food in the cafeteria is crap. And half of it is like fucking product placement. There'll be a big sign that says pizza by Pizza Pizza. Like, hospital food is crap. Whether it's for the patients or the cafeteria, it's crap. And it's usually made by the same people that make food for prisons. And it's nothing that could be called nutritious or healthy in any fucking way. And God help you if you have allergies like me, because it's a mass production kitchen where they make the same sandwich 1,000 times a day. And they don't know how to fucking accommodate allergies. If you're allergic to something and there is that food in whatever the main course is that day, they just leave it off the tray. They don't replace it with anything because they don't have the ability to do that. Because it's all mass produced, mass production, low quality, non nutritious garbage. And they don't have options if you're allergic to something. Or if you're vegan or Jewish or Muslim or anything else that has dietary restrictions. Hospitals will not accommodate. They will let you starve. Yeah. It's a little bit like that here. I'm only saying that she would call a doctor because this is a person who just woke out of a coma of who knows how many days. So they would call a doctor first before doing anything else. Normally, if it's just doing like monitoring and checks, yeah, the nurses do all that. And yeah, doctors make their rounds, and that's generally the only time they're on the floor at all, which is why they, as much as they are supposedly the higher ups in the hospital and have authority, fact is they don't. The nurses are the ones in power and they know it, and that's why so much abuse happens at their hands, because they're overseen by no one, they're reportable to no one, the hospital's going to cover their ass every which way. And as I said, the doctors and whoever else, they're on the floor for 5 minutes twice a day, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, they'll do what they're told to do, but they wouldn't be making decisions on their own. Yeah, everything is mushy too and bland. I get the choking hazard thing, I do. But no, I remember the hospital food being absolutely fucking shit. And I was on the kids ward where one of the options was like chicken nuggets and fries. Problem is, they didn't taste like anything at all. They were like I think they were microwaved because they were like so tough and rubbery I could hardly eat them. And I got yelled at for asking for chicken nuggets like 3 days in a row when it was the only thing on the menu that I knew could be safe for me, because the other options I knew would have things I was allergic to in them. And so that's why I ordered the same thing. And also, what do you care if I'm having the same thing every day? You're claiming this is a nutritious meal for a child. It's not. But what do you care then if I'm eating the same thing? Like, get out of my face. But yeah, the food was gross, and it was not at all suitable for a child or anybody. All right, we got about 10 pages left. So we're running a little behind, but not that much. We're doing pretty good on time. Uh, uh, I glance at Nora, whose eyes narrow at Christian. Taylor? I ask quickly. Christian nods. Okay, so he didn't call the housekeeper. He called Taylor and basically told him, like, go to the nearest place that makes soup, get soup, and bring it here. That's actually a better option than calling the housekeeper. So score one for expediency. Your blood pressure is normal, Mrs. Gray. I'll fetch the doctor. She removes the cup and without so much as another word stalks out of the room, radiating disapproval. I think you've made Nurse Nora mad. Who gives a flying fuck? I have that effect on women, he smirks. Yes, you do. Ugh. I laugh and then stop suddenly as pain radiates through my chest. Yes, you do. Oh, Anna, I love to hear you laugh. Not right now. Ow. Like, I've never had broken ribs, but I have had bruised ribs, and ow. You don't even want to breathe. It hurts. Nora returns with a pitcher of water. Both fall silent, gazing at each other as she pours out a glass and hands it to me. Small sips now, she warns. Yes, ma'am, I mutter and take a welcome sip of cool water. Oh my. It tastes perfect. I take another and Christian watches me intently. Mia? I ask. She's safe. Thanks to you. No, not thanks to her, because you got there at the same fucking time. Well, a difference of maybe 30 seconds. Like, no, not thanks to her. Stop playing it up like she's a hero. She's a moron. If she had called you in the first place, this could have been handled without her getting hurt. Not that I believe she really is hurt, unless she, as I said, is the most pathetic, fragile person and is basically, name failing me, god damn it, name failing me. Is it Samuel L. Jackson in Unbreakable? Yeah, Samuel L. Jackson in Unbreakable, because he had osteogenesis imperfecta. That's why the kids called him Mr. Glass, and he broke all his bones when he fell. Okay, unless she has that, she was not injured by what was done to her. They did have her? Yes. Again, how shit are you as a writer if you have to not once but twice actually confirm that, yes, the person I said was kidnapped, even though we never saw them kidnapped and the kidnapper never confirmed it and our idiot antagonist didn't have the balls to make him confirm it? I will now, after the fact and several days later, confirm that, yes, she in fact was kidnapped. I feel so bad for the people who had to adapt this shit into a movie. Like, no wonder that scene is such fucking garbage. But again, if you're gonna, they changed so much already. They could have completely redone that and made it good, and nobody would have known. Nobody was rooting for that scene to be an accurate one, okay? The playroom scenes, they wanted accuracy. Everything else, you could have cut in scenes from, like, Babylon 5 and nobody would have noticed. All the madness was for a reason. No, it was because you're stupid. Relief spirals through my body. Thank God, thank God, thank God she's okay. I frown. See, she was definitely right in the other ones at the time, because the dumb bitch in the other books had the habit of repeating everything 3 times as well. And praying, which Anastasia has never prayed before this. She's never shown any signs she even knows what praying is. But again, character in the book series that she wrote right after this, very religious, prayed and repeated everything 3 times in her head exactly like this. How did they get her? Elizabeth Morgan, he says simply. No. He nods. They picked her up. She picked her up at Mia's gym. I frown, still not understanding. And I'll fill you in on the details later, which is going to be never. We're never going to get those details because they don't exist. Mia's fine, all things considered. She was drugged. She's groggy now and shaken up. Okay, if she's still groggy, then it's been like an hour, maybe 5 hours since this happened. And yet he's got days worth of stubble and she's been in and out of consciousness like 3 dozen times. Like, make up your mind on how much time has gone by. But by some miracle, she wasn't harmed. Christian's jaw clenches. What you did, he runs his hand through his hair, was incredibly brave and incredibly stupid. No, it was just stupid. There was nothing brave about it. You could have been killed. No, because the bad guy was way too incompetent to be lethal. He didn't even have a gun. I point out the main bad guy didn't even have a gun for the climactic showdown. His eyes blaze a bleak, chilling gray, and I know he's restraining his anger. Since when is he capable of that? I didn't know what else to do, I whisper. You could have told me, he says vehemently, fisting his hands in his lap. This is the only time I'll ever say this. He's right. He's right, she's wrong, and she's an idiot. Please don't clip that. He said he'd kill her if I told anyone. I couldn't take that risk, and I'm too stupid to know that every kidnapper, robber, or mobster ever says that shit, and it's never fucking true. Christian closes his eyes, dread etched in his face. I've died 1,000 deaths since Thursday. Thursday? What day is it? It's almost Saturday, he says, checking his watch. You've been unconscious for more than 24 hours. Okay, you couldn't even math correctly? Because if that was Thursday, and it was during bank hours, which in America I'm led to believe is till like 3 p.m. because they close really early. So let's say conservatively that she met with Jack. No, wait. At one point she looked at her watch and it was like 2:15. So yes, I'm right. It was like 3 o'clock, 3:30 on Thursday. And it is now daytime, bright daylight, Saturday. That is going to be closer to 48 hours than 24 any way you slice it. So at a minimum, he should be saying 36 hours or 42 hours. It's been a lot more than 24. And how is Mia still groggy? I'm going to go with 48 hours. How is she still groggy after 48 hours if she was roofied? Because if you give somebody that much of a roofie that they're groggy for 3 days, oh, wait, that's not a thing because she'd be dead. Because that's an overdose. She's not still groggy and disoriented 48 goddamn hours later, especially when hospitals have drugs to counteract those kind of drugs. Ugh. Oh, and Jack and Elizabeth? In police custody, although Hyde is here under guard. They had to remove the bullet you left in him. Would they not take him to a different hospital? I mean, I'm just saying, wouldn't they take him from a different hospital than his victim? I mean, maybe he's in like a locked jail ward so he can't get to her and there's like guards and shit. But having them in the same hospital still feels contrived. Also, do we not think that Christian would have had him whacked by now? Or done it himself? I mean, air bubble into an IV is very easy to do. You don't have to be a genius or know anything. We don't think he could bribe his way into the hospital room, because I think he could, or pay a nurse to do it. You know, or actually like hire an actual hitman, just have them dress as a nurse to get in the room. I mean, TB does it for a reason. But do we think that Jack Hyde is still alive 2 days later, especially if he's in the same building as Christian Grey? Because no, he's not. He's dead a myriad ways. Taylor alone. Like, there's no way Jack Hyde lives. No way in hell. Christian says bitterly, I don't know where in this hospital he is, fortunately. Or I'd probably kill him myself, his face darkened. I knew it. 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 Sethil, you clipped the thing I said not to clip, didn't you? Because I just saw it pop up. You clipped the thing I said not to clip. But I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. And no, you shouldn't be saying, no, the real answer, again, as an author, you can get away with this. You can get away with this. Here's how you do it. You have Christian say to Anastasia, oh, there were complications when they were operating to remove the bullet. Something about blood clotting issues and he didn't make it. That's how you do that. Because then you have that, yes, he killed him and, you know it, but you don't know it. Because he doesn't confirm it and she's not going to ask. But they're both grateful that he's dead. That's how you do that. I mean, is that not better than this shit? Is it not? Is what I just said not better? Ugh. So Dale, I'm pretty sure you're not somebody reading my twisted little fanfic, but you might like it. I'm just saying, if you're bored and ever want some reading material, DM me, because I will send you the first part. But thank you for clipping that for me. You're very sweet. Mwah. Oh shit, Jack is here? That's for SIP, you fucking bitch. I pale. My empty stomach convulses. Tears prick at my eyes and a deep shudder runs through me. Really, bitch? You're gonna claim you're like fucking... Like, Hey. Christian scoots forward, his voice filled with concern. Taking the glass from my hand, he tenderly folds me into his arms. You're safe now. He murmurs against my hair, his voice hoarse. Christian, I'm so sorry. My tears start to fall. You should be. Hush, he strokes my hair and I weep into his neck. What I said, I was never going to leave you. Hush, baby, I know. You do? His admission halts my tears. You already heard this. I worked it out, eventually. Honestly, Anna, what were you thinking? His tone is strained. He's right. He's still right. You took me by surprise, I mutter into his shirt collar. When we spoke at the bank, thinking I was leaving you, I thought you knew me better. Okay, what would you have? What the fuck else was he gonna think? If he didn't think that, like, him thinking that she was leaving him is perfectly logical, rational, and reasonable given what happened the night before and the circumstances. And what the hell would you have had him think? What else could he think? Like, should he have put two and two together a little faster? Maybe, but he clearly did it in about 1.5 seconds because he got there 30 seconds after she did to save her pathetic ass. Apparently with half the police force because he's that powerful. Also, he secretly has teleportation powers. No, she's not safe with him at all. She's gonna give birth and then become the 12th person that he's murdered. Also, you know that while she's pregnant, he's not gonna want to fuck her because she's, he'll be afraid that he'll break her somehow because he's like that. But after she gives birth, like, one, he's gonna start cheating on her while she's pregnant and he can't have her. Like, see the show The Tudors, where when Anne Boleyn gets pregnant multiple times and she realizes that Henry is like that when she's pregnant he can't touch her because he's afraid that it'll hurt her or the baby, but because he is a pervert and like a sex demon, that he will cheat on her while she's pregnant, and so she arranges basically to set him up with someone to cheat with, that once she has the baby and she wants him back, she can pay this woman to leave, and she knows it. That's actually incredibly clever, and I admire that about her. But Christian is the same. Once she has the baby, she's the baby's mama, and she's not going to be sexually available or attractive to him mentally. Not her, but him mentally. And he's going to cheat. And then he's going to get rid of her because she will become basically the nanny to that baby thing that he never wanted. Like, he's not going to be tying her up, hanging her from the ceiling, and fucking her in the ass while she's pregnant. But after the appalling way I behaved, his voice is barely audible, and his arms tighten around me. Here's the world's biggest retcon. He's finally noticing that he behaves like an idiot, except an aggressive, violent idiot, and an atrocious douchebag. But this is coming from nothing. We're saying, what, he chatted with his mommy for 48 hours and now he's all better? Like, fucking A. I thought for a short time I'd lost you. No, Christian, never. I didn't want you to interfere and put Mia's life in danger. He sighs, and I don't know if it's from anger, exasperation, or hurt. How did you work it out? I ask quickly to distract him from his line of thought. See, she's still protecting him. She's still protecting him. Since you said it, it's happening. Thank you. I don't know why, but thank you. Also, do we think for a second that after 2 days he would still have her in like a normal hospital room in a regular hospital? No, he would have had her airlifted to Switzerland to some private, ultra rich, like private clinic, private hospital with the best doctors in the world. Like, you absolutely know that he would have done that. Or just bought this hospital because now I can tell everyone what to do because I own it. Like Bruce Wayne putting a check in the maitre d's pocket saying, I just bought this hotel. How did you work it out? Blah, blah, blah. He tucks my hair behind my ear. I just touched down in Seattle when the bank called. Last I'd heard you were ill and going home. What did I say? What did I say? I said that when he heard she was ill, he would come back, and he did. He did. He was landing already when he got the call from the bank. That was 35 minutes. They said it. It was 35 minutes. So yeah, as soon as he heard that she wasn't feeling well, he immediately got on some kind of air travel and came back. I called it. I fucking called it. Because he was landing where she was already when the bank called. I fucking called it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Silk sheets, which actually silk sheets are hypoallergenic and like what they have in clean rooms because they can clean them and they don't hold germs and stuff. So yeah, there are actually some very fancy sheets in some hospital rooms out of necessity. But but yeah, she'd be in a California king bed with down pillows and plush comforters and private nurses and private doctors, all of whom he controlled and had paid 100,000 in cash under the table each to do his bidding. And yeah. Like the IV lines would be made out of platinum. Like I also, who thinks, and I'm being genuine about this, who thinks that there would be no security? Do we think that he is gonna like be chill because Jack Hyde is in jail and the partner's in jail? Do we think for a second that he's gonna think it's over and just be chill? Because I don't. I don't think that's happening. I think there would still be mega security, and he would be saying like, until we're sure, until they're convicted, until they're locked away with no chance of parole, we need to still be vigilant. And I'm not saying he would be wrong in that. I'm not saying he'd be right either, but there's no way he would just abandon all security. Like there would be like security guards. Like, because if you think hospitals have security, you're out of your mind. They're the least secure places in the world. And again, all the nurses that I have ever known say, yeah, one thing that's rampant in hospitals more than germs, theft. Like they will tell you, have a friend take your jewelry and your wallet and what in your phone home because if you leave it here, it will get stolen. Mm. Mm. So you were in Portland when Sawyer called you from the car? We were just about to take off. I was worried about you, he says softly. You were? He frowns. Of course I was. It would not be news to her that he's worried. He worries all the time. He's paranoid. It goes with the territory. He skirts his thumb over my bottom lip. I spend my life worrying about you. You know that. Oh, Christian, this isn't romantic. This is obsessive stalkery. That's the problem. This is not romantic. Jack called me at the office, I murmur. He gave me 2 hours to get the money. I shrug. I had to leave, and it just seemed the best excuse. She's apologizing for how she got herself out of the office to try and rescue his sister from potential death. That's what she's. I apologize for how I tried to save your sister's life, even though I'm a complete moron who didn't have to do any of this, and I definitely should have known better. And there were a million better ways to handle this than what my dumbass, acting like a 5-year-old, like came up with. Literally, she approached the situation the way a toddler would, the way a child would. You know, when you tell them there's a box of puppies in the back of the van. She's the dumbass who gets in the van even though she's told there's a giant sign that says there is no puppies, this is a trap. She still gets in the van thinking there are puppies. That's who she is. Christian's mouth presses into a hard line. You gave Sawyer the slip. He's mad at you as well. Yeah, she needs to hear that right now. And why isn't he fired? Again, why isn't he fired for any number of reasons? Not that I have anything against him, but he's clearly incompetent. As well as me. Oh, he's mad at her too. Because of course he is. It just took some time to get there, but we're there. I'm so mad at you. Please don't be mad at me, I whisper, and I want to. Oh. Please don't be mad at me, I whisper. I'm so mad at you. What you did was monumentally stupid, bordering on insane. I told you I didn't know what else to do. You don't seem to have any regard for your personal safety. Oh gee, I wonder where that came from, ass clown who ordered her to get into a high-speed chase, speed at twice the safety, go twice the speed limit, weave in and out of traffic on the fucking highway, do this for like several miles, dozens of miles, including through a major urban city, and telling her to blow a red light in the middle of downtown Seattle. Gee, I wonder if you're the reason she has no sense of personal safety anymore. Not like you deliberately eradicated it as part of her indoctrination and brainwashing, you fucking ass clown. My lip trembles. He's thinking about our little blip. No, he's not. Stop it with that shit. He's not thinking of the baby at all. He doesn't give a flying fuck about the baby. He wants to cut it out of your stomach right now. He doesn't want a baby. He doesn't want you to be pregnant. He has still not said a word about that. Not one word. He's not even told her that the baby is okay. By the way, she heard that when she was in and out of consciousness. Since she has woken up, she has not asked and he has not said. I will point that out. The first thing she said to the nurse was, I have to pee, not, is my baby okay? So they're both atrocious right now. But he doesn't give a flying fuck about the baby and he wants it gone. That hasn't changed. And the door opens, startling both of us, and a young African-American woman in a white coat and gray scrubs strides in. Okay, when her name is Bartley, is that supposed to be Dr. Bailey from Grey's Anatomy? Because it sounds like Dr. Bailey from Grey's Anatomy. Good evening, Mrs. Grey. I'm Dr. Bartley. She starts to examine me thoroughly, shining a light in my eyes, making me touch her fingers, and then my nose while closing first one eye and then the other, and checking all my reflexes. Yeah, that's what you fucking. No, like CT scan, MRI scan. Let's not do actual science. Let's have people play fucking patty cake, because that makes fucking sense. But her voice is soft and her touch is gentle, and she has a warm bedside manner. Nurse Nora joins her, and Christian wanders into the corner of the room and makes some calls while the two of them tend to me, because using a cell phone in the hospital in 2011. It's hard to concentrate on Dr. Bartley, Nurse Nora, and Christian at the same time, but I hear him call his father, my mother, and Kate to say I'm finally awake. Group text exists. Finally, he leaves a message for Ray. Ray. Oh shit. A vague memory of his voice comes back to me. Yes, of Christian telling him that he was going to put you over his knee and spank you if your father didn't. Lovely. He was here. Yes, while I was still unconscious. Dr. Bartley checks my ribs, her fingers poking gently but firmly. I wince. These are bruised, not cracked or broken. You were very lucky, Mrs. Grey. I scowl. Lucky? Not the word I would have chosen. Christian glowers at her too. He mouths something at me. I think it's foolhardy, but I'm not sure. I'll prescribe some painkillers. You'll need them for this and for the headache you must have. Maybe you could ask her if she has a headache or do some kind of like, I don't know, neurological exam. Maybe she should have a neurologist, or again, scans, x-rays, actual science and medicine, as opposed to somebody literally just poking at her to see if she winces and her rubes are bruised. Like, I'm sorry, is she in a hospital or a hut in like the middle of fucking nowhere? Because like, and also I'm sorry, E.L. James, if you've never met an actual doctor in your whole fucking life, because this is not what they do or how they act. They don't do any of this goddamn shit. But all is looking as it should, based on nothing, because she's connected to no monitors. Would they not at least have a monitor on her stomach? Like, it's too early for a fetal heart rate, though, so probably not. But they would have monitors on her. Like, again, there's no sign that she's being monitored at all. Like, oh my god, but somebody has no idea how hospitals or like any of this shit works and couldn't be bothered to do 5 seconds worth of research. Mrs. Gray, I suggest you get some sleep. Depending on how you feel in the morning, we may let you go home. My colleague Dr. Singh will be attending you then, because God forbid that you follow through. And it's not like that, like, usually patients are assigned to a doctor and that specific doctor has to sign to let them leave. Not that you can't, you can sign yourself out against medical advice because the hospital will make you sign something to say, if you die, it's not our fault, basically. But, like, are you fucking kidding me? This is so fucking bullshit. Thank you. There's a knock at the door, and Taylor enters bearing a black cardboard box with Fairmount Olympic blazed in cream on the side. Holy cow. Food? Dr. Bartley says, surprised. Mrs. Gray is hungry, Christian says. This is chicken soup. Dr. Bartley smiles. Soup is fine. Just the broth. Nothing heavy. Bite me, bitch! What the fuck do you have to say about any of it? You literally did nothing. You have no idea what her actual condition is because you haven't run the actual tests or scans or x-rays or anything. And so unless you're anticipating doing surgery, in which case she can't eat anyway, shut your fucking mouth. You're only making yourself sound dumber every time you speak. She looks pointedly at both of us and then exits the room with Nurse Nora. Yeah, go fuck yourself, poor imitation of an actual doctor. Because again, not how anything works. Beyond disgustingly badly written. Christian pulls the wheeled tray over to me and Taylor places the box on it. Welcome back, Mrs. Gray. Hello, Taylor. Thank you. You're most welcome, ma'am. I think he wants to say more, but he holds off. Christian's unpacking the box, producing a thermos, soup bowl, side plate, linen napkin, soup spoon, and a small basket of bread rolls, silver salt and pepper shakers. The Olympic has gone all out. Yeah, because you can just rock up to some hotel, I'm assuming it's a hotel, and be like, I need a picnic basket with all this stuff right now. Really? This is great, Taylor. My stomach is rumbling. I'm famished. Will that be all? He says. Yes, thanks, Christian says, dismissing him. Taylor nods. Taylor, thank you. Anything else I can get you, Mrs. Gray? I glance at Christian. Just some clean clothes for Christian. Taylor smiles. Yes, ma'am. Christian glowers at his shirt, bemused. How long have you been wearing that shirt? I ask. Since Thursday morning. He gives me a crooked smile. Taylor exit. Taylor's real pissed at you too, Christian adds grumpily, unscrewing the lid off the thermos and pouring creamy chicken soup into a bowl. Oh, creamy is the wrong answer. Creamy will turn your stomach. Taylor too? Oh my god, everyone's mad at me because I tried to save somebody's life, even though a complete moron, I should never have done that and it wasn't real and blah blah blah. But I don't dwell on that as my chicken soup distracts me. It smells delicious, and steam curls invitingly from its surface. I take a taste and everything it's promised to be. Good? Christian asks, perching on the bed again. I nod enthusiastically and don't stop. My hunger is primal. I pause only to wipe my mouth with the linen napkin. Tell me what happened, after you realized what was going on. Christian runs his hand through his hair and shakes his head. Oh, Anna, it's good to see you eat, since that's all I care about. I'm hungry. Tell me, is this supposed to be a watershed moment for her? Are we supposed to be saying she's turned some kind of corner and no longer has an eating disorder and constantly starves herself? Even when pregnant, she was still starving herself? He frowns. Well, after the bank called, I thought my world had completely fallen apart. He can't hide the pain in his voice. I stop eating. Oh shit. Don't stop eating or I'll stop talking, he whispers. So now we're mutually threatening each other through our disorders. That's great. That's really healthy. This isn't toxic. His tone adamant as he glares at me. I continue with my soup. Okay, okay. Damn, it tastes good. I spoke too fucking soon. Clearly she's changed nothing. He's gonna end up like force feeding her by the end of her pregnancy because she's gonna freak out as soon as she gains half a pound. Christian gaze softens and after a beat he resumes. Anyway, shortly after you and I had finished our conversation, Taylor informed me that Hyde had been granted bail. How, I don't know. Neither does the author. Because he was charged with attempted murder, so no way in hell was he getting bail. But that gave me a moment to think about what you'd said, and I knew something was seriously wrong. Also, again, when the fuck did Sawyer contact him to say, hey, she gave me the slip and ran off? Because giant fucking red flag there, and the answer to that is not that she's leaving you. It was never about the money. I snapped, sudden, an unexpected surge of anger flaring in my belly. You should be pissed, because he was a dickwad to think that. My voice rises. How could you even think that? I have to stop talking. It's never been about your fucking money. My head starts to pound and I wince. Christian gapes at me for a split second, surprised by my vehemence. He narrows his eyes. Mind your language, he growls. Calm down and eat. Still being a fucking asshole. He could not be more of an asshole if he fucking tried. I swear to God. I am intentionally evil and rude sometimes. For a reason. I'm still not this bad. I mean, I've made people cry as an adult, but I'm not this bad. And yes, I had a reason to do it. And yes, I told them to leave me the fuck alone. Like several times before I got my bangs out. You know, that's my rule. If you're annoying the shit out of me and I tell you to go the fuck away and get away from me and don't talk to me, that's what you need to fucking do. Because if you don't, then I'm going to unleash my full fury on you, and I'm vicious. I will make it hurt. I will be evil. But I give people every chance to get the hell away from me before I invoke my superpowers. No, so seriously, the number of people in various professions and at various levels of success that I have said, either leave me alone, I don't wish to speak to you, please stop talking to me, please leave me alone, or please leave the room, and they can't get it through their fucking head. And usually it's some idiot saying, well, I'm only trying to help. I don't give a fuck, moron. You're not helping. And for anyone who thinks, well, they're trying to help, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you're trying to help. I give a fuck if you can actually help. And if I'm telling you to your face that no, you cannot help, no, I don't want to talk to you, get the hell away from me because you're just annoying me and you can't do anything, your job is to leave the fucking room. Because you sitting there pissing me off and saying, well, I'm trying to help even though you're not actually doing anything and there's no way you can be helpful. Yeah, you're serving your own fucking ego. So go eat an ice cream cone far away from me to feel better. But don't waste my fucking time or expect me to say stupid shit like, oh, you're so nice for trying to help even though you couldn't. It's good of you to be here. No, get the fuck away from me. You're a useless waste of space that I don't want to know or talk to. Get away from me. Mm-mm. Ugh, 5 more pages. I'm going straight to bed. Oh, I so wish I could get Chinese food tonight. That'd be nice. Mostly just egg rolls. Just a really big pile of egg rolls would be really, really great. You know, there's this place that I love that has the best egg rolls, and I know that they're ordered like frozen from somewhere because the way that they look is like mass produced, but they're so good. If I could just figure out what company makes them and like order them frozen myself, oh my god, I'd be in heaven. They're so good. And glare mutinously at him. Anna, he warns. That hurt me more than anything, Christian, I whisper. Almost as much as you seeing that woman. He inhales sharply as if I've slapped him, and all of a sudden he looks exhausted. Closing his eyes briefly, he shakes his head, resigned. I know, he sighs. I'm sorry. More than you know. I don't believe him. His eyes are luminous with contrition. No, they're not. He doesn't even know what that means. Please, eat while your soup is still hot. She's been awake for like 5 minutes and we're already back to him ordering her to eat. Jesus, nothing changes. Nothing. Like, there's no character arc through any of this shit. His voice is soft and compelling, and I do as he asks. He breathes a sigh of relief. Go on, I whisper between bites of the illicit fresh white bread roll. Why is it illicit? Go on, I whisper between bites of the illicit fresh white bread roll. Were you fucking high when you wrote that? Because I do some of my best writing while I'm high, but I'm better than this. Like, a friend of mine who's an actual published author complimented me on a line I ran by him the other night. And for those playing the home game, that line was, gravitas is the better part of valor. And I was setting a scene, and he liked it, and I was happy. We didn't know Mia was missing. I thought maybe he was blackmailing you or something. I called you back, but you didn't answer, he scowls. I left you a message and then called Sawyer. Taylor started tracking your cell. I knew you were at the bank, so we headed straight there. Yeah. I don't know how Sawyer found me. Was he tracking my cell too? The Saab is fitted with a tracking device. All our cars are. Yeah, no fucking duh. Why are you questioning the fact that he can track your every move? He has a fucking satellite overhead that is tasked with only following you, Anastasia Steele. You and the RFID tracker he injected into your ass when you were sleeping one night. Because yes, like the same as your dog, you can microchip your dog. It works on people too. So I promise you he did that the second they got married. He did that the first night of their honeymoon. So, yeah. And again, his tracking stalking skills are legendary. So why would you at first second question? And of course, fancy ass sports cars worth millions of dollars have trackers built into them. Duh. Okay, maybe so. But I think it's the first arc that instead of going like this, goes like this. Or just this. It's just a straight descent into hell. By the time we got to the bank, you were already on the move and we followed. Why are you smiling? They followed and arrived with police with them. So what? You didn't know what the fuck was going on, so you just called the police and said, I think my wife is leaving me and taking $5 million. Follow me to the bank and then follow me wherever the fuck I'm going. Because the police were there. Christian pulled up with the cops at when the bad guy was like theoretically beating her. What? Yeah! That was like 10 pages ago, you stupid. Ah. Why are you smiling? On some level, I knew you'd be stalking me. Because that's all he does. That's the entire basis of your relationship. And it always will be. Also, he's still stalking his ex-up Layla. And has said that he will stalk her until the day she dies. He's gonna stalk her for the rest of her life. And she's gonna kill herself because he is. And that's amusing because, he asked, Jack had instructed me to get rid of my cell, so I borrowed Wayland's cell. And that's the one I threw away. I put mine into the duffel bag so you could track your money. Okay, again, if we'd actually been shown or told that she was doing any of this, I might have a little bit of credit. But we weren't. This is made up after the fact, after you blew your wad and then you had to explain your dumb ass out of a corner or not looking completely ridiculously stupid and foolish. And this still sucks because I don't believe you. Christian sighs. Our money, Anna, he says quietly. Eat. He's told her to eat like a dozen times in a page. She's been awake for like 30 minutes. At least he doesn't change, ever. I, w- I wipe my soup bowl with the last of my bread and pop it into my mouth. For the first time in a long while, I feel replete in spite of our conversation. Finished. See, again, like a little girl being told, eat your dinner. Good girl. Excuse me while I vomit. I'm for real gonna throw up. This is so bad. It's so bad. Like, if we take it at its own face value, which I don't, because it's shit. But if we take it at its own face value, she's nearly died. She's nearly lost the baby. His sister was nearly killed. And yet his first douchebag concern is making her eat. Is satisfying his own bullshit narcissism by controlling her and force feeding her as he has done literally since they met. Their first time being alone, he force fed her a muffin. So it doesn't matter what happens. He's never, ever, 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 ever going to change. And if she doesn't see that now, and she doesn't. Hello, half drunk hero. Nice to see you. I am indeed female, but I'm hardly little. Welcome here. We've got about 4 pages left, so and feel free to enjoy yourself. There's a knock on the door, and Nurse Nora enters once more, carrying a small paper cup. Christian clears away my plate and starts putting all the items back in the box. Pain relief, Nora smiles, showing me the white pills in the paper cup. She has an IV. Why is she taking pills? Is it okay to take? With the baby? Because you need to ask that. You need to ask that to a nurse that's handing you pills. Like, oh my God, does she know that I'm pregnant? Because, by the way, neither of them has mentioned that since she woke up. To varying degrees. I like your avatar. That is cute. I like that. I have to varying degrees at various times. I really think I need to start pre-drinking, but I think that would get in the way of things. Um, I'm not sure what emoji that is. Sorry. It looks like just a neon happy face, in which case, yay! I like some neon. Yes, Mrs. Gray, it's Lortab? Lortab? Never heard of this. Might be made up. Oh, okay, I see. It's fine. It won't affect the baby. I nod gratefully. My head is pounding. I swallow it down with a sip of water. You ought to rest, Mrs. Gray. Nurse Nora looks pointedly at Christian. He nods. No. You're going? I exclaim, panic setting in. Don't go. We've just started talking. Christian snorts. If you think for one excuse me. If you think for one moment I'm going to let you out of my sight, Mrs. Gray, you're very much mistaken. Yeah, he's never going to let you out. He's going to chain you to the bed. Like fucking Handmaid's Tale in the basement of the school style until you give birth. Nora huffs but hovers over me and readjusts my pillows so that I have to lie down. Good night, Mrs. Gray, she says, with one last censorious. With one last censorious. This word is cut in half, but is this a real word? Censorious. I almost want to say I know that's a real word, but it also feels like made up. She leaves. He raises his eyebrows as he closes the door. I don't think Nurse Nora approves of me. He stands by the bed looking tired, and despite the fact that I want him to stay, I know I should persuade him to go home. You need to rest too, Christian. Go home. You look exhausted. I'm not leaving you. I'll doze in this armchair. I scowl at him, then shift onto my side. Sleep with me. He frowns. No, I can't. Why not? I don't want to hurt you. You won't hurt me. Please, Christian. You have an IV. So what? Christian, please. He gazes at me, and I can tell he's tempted. This is not the way you do a seduction scene, for Christ's sake. Please. I lift up the blankets, inviting him into the bed. Why? How are there blankets? What hospital has blankets? Fuck it. He slips off his shoes and socks and gingerly climbs in beside me. Also, hospital beds are narrow AF. Gently he wraps his arm around me and I lay my head on his chest. He kisses my hair. I don't think Nurse Nora will be happy with this arrangement. No, I whisper conspiratorially. He'd be getting thrown out in a second. I giggle, then stop as pain lances through my chest. Don't make me laugh. It hurts. Oh, but I love that sound, he says a little sadly, his voice low. So I'd rather you be in pain with bruised ribs, so I can hear you laugh. Ugh. He kisses my hair again and inhales deeply, and I don't know what he's Oh, wait, I skipped a line. He says sadly, his voice a little low, I'm sorry, baby. So, so sorry. He kisses my hair again and inhales deeply, and I don't know what he's apologizing for. Making me laugh? Or the mess we're in? Both are his fault. I rest my hand over his heart, and he gently places his hand on mine. We're both silent for a moment. Why did you go see that woman? Oh, Anna, he groans. You want to discuss that now? Can't we drop this? I regret it, okay? I need to know. I'll tell you tomorrow, he mutters, irritated. Oh, and Detective Clark wants to talk to you. Just routine. Now go to sleep. Yeah, that's something to drop on someone right before you say go to sleep. He kisses my hair. I sigh heavily. I need to know why. At least he says he regrets it. That's something. My subconscious agrees. She's in an agreeable mood today, it seems. Ugh, Detective Clark. Yeah, not like you would expect to have to talk to the police after. I shudder at the thought of reliving Thursday's events for him. Do we know why Jack Hyde is doing all this? Christian murmurs. I'm soothed by the slow rise and fall of his chest, gently rocking my head, lulling me to sleep as his breath slows. And while I drift, I try to make sense of the fragments of conversation I heard while I was on the edge of consciousness. But they slither through my mind, remaining steadfastly elusive, taunting me from the edges of my memory. Oh, it's frustrating and exhausting. And now there's a time skip. Nurse Nora's mouth is pursed and her arms are folded in hostility. I hold my finger up to my lips. Please, let him sleep, I whisper, squinting in the early morning light. This is your bed, not his, she hisses sternly. I slept better because he was here, I insist. Rushing to my husband's defense. Okay, again, any nurse is going to wake him by smacking him on the back of his head and telling him to get the fuck out of the bed, get the fuck out of the room, and don't come back until I say you can. Like, they're not going to tolerate this fucking shit. Not from him, not from anybody. Half Drunk Hero, you want to see interesting? Use the link above to sponsor a duck. That's more interesting than this book. Me drawing a duck is way more interesting than anything in this. Besides, it's true. Christian stirs and Nurse Nora and I freeze. I have no reason not to. I believe UWU is uwu. I have no idea what it actually means other than being a noise. But so far, yeah, you're fine. He mumbles in his sleep, don't touch me. No more. Only Anna. I frown. I've rarely heard Christian talk in his sleep. Admittedly, that might be because he sleeps less than I do. I've only ever heard his nightmares. His arms tighten around me, squeezing me, and I wince. Mrs. Gray, Nurse Nora glowers. Please, I beg. So he's physically hurting her while she's injured, and she's still begging a trained hospital nurse to let him stay in her bed, where for a billion reasons it's not okay for him to be right now. She shakes her head, turns on her heel, and leaves I snuggle up against Christian again. Again, a nurse in a hospital is not going to leave. It's some weird anime thing where you like somebody? Okay. Well, thank you for liking me, I guess. I can introduce all the ducks if you would like. We still have one more space. One more space. We got like 3 pages left. I'm just stretching because my back is hurting. Mm. 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 Oh, that would be true because I'm fully clothed. Oh, you know what I haven't done? Okay, 2 second. Thing I haven't done. They keep meaning to do more of. Okay, link to the Discord. I'm gonna, if I could figure out how to pin 2 things to the top, it would be the Stream Elements link, which may not be working right now. I might put the PayPal link next week, but if I could pin 2 things, the Discord would be the other one. But it's not. I don't know why. I don't know why you can't pin multiple things on YouTube. Because even when I try to space them, or like Control Shift Enter and like leave a line between them, it won't do it. So don't know. When I wake, Christian's nowhere to be seen. The sun is blazing through the windows, and I can now really appreciate the room. I have flowers! That's not the most. Oh. Oh, I have Steam. I don't even remember what my handle on Steam is. That's how rarely I use Steam. Well, as a communication thing. As a gaming thing, a lot. But as like a chat room, no. But, what is it? Okay, I for real don't remember what my Steam handle is because I use it so very fucking little. No, private message me if you want contact details. Just I again, you're coming from Twitch. I don't know Twitch land. So I don't know, like, I stream on it, but I have no idea how Twitch works, so on Steam? Oh, okay, maybe I'll reach out and say hi. Maybe we play some of the same games. I'm always looking for someone to game with. I have so many games that I need somebody to play it with, but I mean, like, to either record and post later or to live stream, and I just can't find anybody to play with. Like, there's some games I want to do like partner runs on so bad. Like, are you a fan of the Dead Rising series? Because they are fun. Not the first one. I've never played that, but the second one and Dead Rising 2 and Dead Rising Off the Record and the third one. Those ones I desperately need a partner for, especially the third one. The third one I think is the best. It's really fun. And I would just love to co-play any of those. There's other games too, like Overcooked. Would love to have a partner for Overcooked. I think it's the only way I'll ever get through that game. You're also a streamer? Yeah, we can have some fun. We can have some fun. Do you know Overcooked? Because we could have fun. I didn't notice them the night before. Several bouquets. I wonder idly who they're from. Because hospitals just love filling a room with flowers. I know every TV show does it, but real hospitals don't. Because you're going to give somebody an asthma attack. A soft knock distracts me, and Karek peers around the door. He beams when he sees that I'm awake. May I come in? He asks. Of course. He strides into the room and over to me, his soft, gentle blue eyes assessing me shrewdly. Oh, you know what I heard just added? A multiplayer mode? Subnautica. I've never actually played it. I meant to. I was setting up to play it. I own it, the original game. I probably need to update it. I never actually played it though. I bought it and I was going to do like a couple months long, like obviously ongoing live stream of it, but then I wound up moving and my computer crashed, and so I never actually did it. But it's one of those games that I always wanted to play, and now apparently they've added a multiplayer mode, which I'm not even sure how that would work. But again, I never played it, so I don't know the mechanics or the finer points, but it's one of those games that strikes me that it would be very difficult to do multiplayer with, especially in terms of both players being able to see the other one's camera. You tried and you got fucked? On what? Overcooked? Yeah. If you anyone out there, have you ever tried to play Overcooked on single player mode? It's impossible. It's fucking impossible. I don't think I even made it to World 2. It's fucking impossible. But with a partner, as long as they will basically shut up and do what I tell them, because I can strategize the fuck out of anything. I know the best way to do it. I just can't do it alone. So if you're my partner, your job is to do what I tell you and don't piss me off on a game like that, because I'm going for perfection, because I'm a perfectionist, and I will be the Gordon Ramsay of the kitchen and yell at you, and it'll be funny. Because I can put on a British accent like you wouldn't believe, and I know all the British curse words, and I will make you confess that you are an idiot sandwich or a donkey. It would be very entertaining. Also, I can do the Wicked Witch of the West cackle. But I can do a variety of British. Yes. Where's the lamb sauce? That's me trying to do British and male at the same time. It diminishes both. So don't take that as a read. Because I really can do quite a posh British accent when I want to. Also Irish or Scottish, maybe Australian, really depends, but I really can put on quite charming, convincing accent. I actually had a therapist once who genuinely was from Britain, and I put this voice on one day and asked him how convincing I sound, and he actually said, and I could tell he was not entirely lying, that I did sound somewhat convincing, that I may be able to pass in real life, and I think it actually made him feel a bit closer to home, and he enjoyed it. May I come in? He asks. Of course. He strides into the room and over to me, his soft, gentle blue eyes assessing me shrewdly. He's wearing a dark suit. He must be working. Do we even know what the father does? I don't think we even know. I'm trying to remember. Because in this one, the mom is the doctor. What does he do? Were we even told? I don't think we were told. I don't think we know. May I sit? He surprises me by leaning down and kissing my forehead. May I sit? I nod and he perches on the edge of the bed and takes my hand. There's chairs in the room. I don't know how to thank you for my daughter. You crazy, brave, darling girl. Stop this. She didn't do anything. She's an idiot. What you did probably saved her life. No. I will be forever in your debt. His voice wavers, filled with gratitude and compassion. Oh, I don't know what to say. I squeeze his hand but remain mute. How are you feeling? Better. Sore, I say for honesty's sake. Have they given you meds for the pain? Lord something. Good. Where's Christian? Oh, those pills she took yesterday that aren't doing shit right now? Because again, she has an IV, and it's not like they would be giving her actual, like, ongoing pain meds. No, not at all. I don't know. When I woke up, he was gone. He won't be far away, I'm sure. Oh. Okay, at least the handcuffs are cool. At least that's one thing about metal. They're cool when you put them on your head. Okay, fuck it. I'm pouring one more glass before we. There's only like 2 pages left, but I'm pouring one more glass. Oh, I was gonna crack my fingers and I can't do it. I can't do it because these are in my way. Can't do it. Who put the cups on me? We have donation tiers. For $10, I will draw a random duck out of the bag and add it to our stage. For $25, which somebody donated, I will put on the cups for one chapter. For $50, I will fill this glass with wine and chug it. So that's why the cups, because they're sponsored. No, I'm not sure if the Stream Elements link at the top of the thing is working. Somebody said earlier it's not working. I'm not sure why that is. There is a PayPal link as well. But nothing that's necessary or anything. Like, this is completely free to watch and participate and all that. It's just like if you want to help a girl out kind of thing, but it's certainly not like required in any way. And they usually forget to mention it. He wouldn't leave you while you were unconscious. I know. He's a little mad at you, as he should be. Carrick smirks. Ah, this is where Christian gets it from. Oh my god. Help you out? With what? I don't know what you're asking for help with. Be more specific. Christian's always mad at me. There it is! 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 Yes! There it is! I'm gonna make a song out of that line when I burn this piece of shit. Yes! He's always mad at you because he's always mad at the entire freaking world. That's the point. He's mad at everything. Always and forever, he is pissed off and mad at everything. That's how he is. Okay, I'm tangling myself up. Ow. Okay. See, this is why we bought the real handcuffs after I broke 3 pairs of the fake ones. Because these, I can do this and twist and turn them and they're not breaking. I'm actually really pleased with these. I should leave them a good review. Because I was sussy. Because the reviews were not altogether stellar, so it's kind of sussy. But I should leave them a good review because they do seem to be good quality for value. Is he? Karek smiles as if pleased, as if this is a good thing. His smile is infectious. How's Mia? His eyes cloud and his smile vanishes. She's better. Mad as hell. I think anger is a healthy reaction to what happened to her. Yeah? She was drugged and kidnapped from her gym. Yeah, I'd be hella angry and paranoid and put a panic room in every house I owned. Is she okay? No, she's back home. I don't think Grace will let her out of her sight. Yeah, that's called mommy panic. You live with a cop? How hilarious. Yeah, these are apparently like police issue. It said it. I don't know if any actual cops use these. I've definitely seen ones like these on body cams. By the way, check out my other channel, which is Canadian Girl Reacts, where I cover body cams, and sometimes there's cuffs like these. I should start posting the link to that channel when I do this, just to just to get it out there. I really should. I don't have it on hand, but I should. I know how that feels. You'll need watching too, he admonishes. I don't want Excuse me. I don't want you taking any more silly risks with your life or the life of my grandchild. I flush. He knows. Grace read your chart. She told me. Congratulations. Yeah, not like there's privacy ever. Thank you. He gazes down at me, and his eyes soften, though he frowns at my expression. Christian will come around, he says gently. This will be the best thing for him. Just give him some time. So even now he's still not okay. He's still not okay with the baby. He's still not fucking okay. That's why he hasn't asked about it. And that's why she hasn't asked about it, because the author's a fucking idiot. But now, even his family's like, oh, he'll come around. No, he'll pay child support and alimony. That's what he'll do. I nod. Oh, they've spoken. I'd better go. I'm due in court. I'm due in court. He smiles and wait, is he a lawyer? What the fuck? When did the father become a lawyer? When did this was never mentioned? I swear to God this was never mentioned. I swear this was never mentioned. Like, all I remember is that he knew something about avionics and electronics, not that he's a goddamn lawyer. What the fuck? What in the actual fuck? This is not real. I'll check in on you later. Grace speaks highly of Dr. Singh and Dr. Bartley. They know what they're doing. Yeah, she knows 2 doctors in a hospital she doesn't even fucking work at. Doi. He leans down and kisses me once more. I mean it, Anna. I can never repay you for what you've done for us. Thank you. By the way, the whole family is like that rich family in the second or the third Purge movie. I don't care which, because they're all the same. That, like, buys a purge sacrifice where they buy a poor person and then hack them to death with machetes in their plastic covered chandelier fancy dining room as their purge sacrifice. Okay, that's what Christian's family is, and she's the sacrifice. Because they've all said he's been like, he basically is almost human when she's around, but they're aware that he's going to destroy her. Like, she's going to end up buried next to all the other submissives in the end, but they don't care because it's healing to him to use, abuse, and throw away women like this. Now all the more so. I look up at him, blinking back tears, suddenly overwhelmed, and he strokes my cheek affectionately. Then he turns on his heel and leaves. Oh my. I'm reeling from his gratitude. Perhaps now I can let the prenup debacle go. I don't even remember that. That's how memorable that was. I don't even remember it at all. Ugh. Checking on a thing. We got like 1 page left, and I'm so. Ugh. If anything was open, I would murder some Chinese food right now. Absolutely murder it. My subconscious nods sagely in agreement with me yet again. I shake my head and gingerly get out of the bed. I'm relieved to find that I am much steadier on my feet than I was yesterday. In spite of Christian sharing the bed, I've slept well and feel refreshed. My head still aches, but it's a dull, nagging pain, nothing like the pounding yesterday. I'm stiff and sore, but I need a bath. I feel grimy. I head into the ensuite. Okay, no hospital room has like a bathtub or a shower. Like the bathroom attached to the patient room has a toilet and that's it. You're not taking a bath in there. They have different rooms for that and supervision for very good reasons. Anna, Christian shouts. I'm in the bathroom, I call as I finish brushing my teeth. With what? Did somebody bring you a toothbrush? That feels better. I ignore my reflection in the mirror. Crap, I look a mess. When I open the door, Christian is by the bed, holding a tray of food. He's transformed, dressed entirely in black. He's shaved, showered, and looks well rested. Good morning, Mrs. Gray, he says brightly. I have your breakfast. He looks so boyish and much happier because he killed Jack Hyde while you were sleeping. Wow, I smiled broadly as I climbed back into the bed. He pulls over the tray on wheels and lifts the cover to reveal my breakfast. Oatmeal with dried fruits, pancakes, and maple syrup, bacon and orange juice, and Twinings English breakfast tea. Yeah. I respond to what? The thing you said, don't tell anyone? None of my business. And also, I checked on Steam. My name on Steam is this. That's me on Steam. I will not add random people. That is the display name. The account name is missing the A in Lane, so I'm not sure which is the one you need to add a friend, but one of them should work. Well, that attitude's going to get you nowhere. As you may have noticed, darling, I'm not a submissive. I'm the one who cracks the whip. I don't crack under it. And yes, I mean literal whips because I have several right next to me. I have this one. And then we have my leather one. This is one of my favorites because it makes, I can't do it. Damn it, I have to uncuff to make the sound because I must make the sound whenever picking up that whip. Okay, this one is one of my favorites because it does this. Okay? That's how fun that is. Well, I have no intention of using that on you, but I'm not gonna kowtow to adding you first because you think you're bigger than me. You can shove that shit. You want to be my friend, you can add me. You want to be an ass clown, you can be an ass clown. You know, or we can have fun together. Again, what does the whole master sub thing have to do with gaming? If you want to game with someone and think they're a good partner, add them and see what happens. And, you know, I might have added you first if you hadn't said that. But I'm not going to be told what to do. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. I have your bread, blah, blah. My mouth waters. I'm so hungry. I down the orange juice in a few gulps and dig into the oatmeal. Christian sits down on the edge of the bed to watch. He smirks. What? I ask with my mouth full. I like to watch you eat. It's been 3 books and you need to be told this? I don't think that's what he's smirking about, because it's not. He's imagining burying Jack Hyde's body in pieces. We all know it. How are you feeling? Better, I mutter between mouthfuls. I've never seen you eat like this. Like she actually likes food. I glance up at him and my heart sinks. We have to address the very tiny elephant in the room. It's because I'm pregnant, Christian. Oh, so even though she's like at most 4 weeks pregnant, we're claiming she's already having like cravings and like crazy hunger and shit? Because no, that shit comes much later. That's not happening right now. And also, you're saying what? Her obvious and perpetual eating disorder that's very severe can be cured by getting pregnant? Because again, not how anything works. He snorts and his mouth twists into an ironic smile. I'm going to bet the word ironic is understood about as much as Alanis Morissette did. And I love that song. It's just not ironic. If I knew getting you knocked up was going to make you eat, I might have done it earlier. Yeah, that line had to happen, didn't it? Christian Grey, I gasp and set the oatmeal down. Don't stop eating, he warns, because I can't not argue about food for 5 goddamn seconds. Christian, we need to talk about this. He stills. What's there to say? We're going to be parents. He shrugs, desperately trying to look nonchalant. Yeah, I'm totally cool with it, baby. I'm totally cool. But all I can see is his fear. Pushing the tray aside, I crawl down the bed to him and take his hands in mine. Not like she's injured and it hurts to move. No. Comforting my man-child husband is like way more important. He gazes at me impassive, his eyes wide and all his earlier boyishness stripped away. I am too. That's normal, I whisper. What kind of father could I possibly be? Probably a terrible one with rage issues and violence. His voice is hoarse, barely audible. Can we come up with a different name for his voice, please? It's been hoarse for 2 chapters. I'm over it. Oh, Christian, I stifle a sob. One that tries his best. That's all any of us can do. Ultimate hand wave. Anna, I don't know if I can, and he shouldn't. You should take the money and leave him anyway. Of course you can. You're loving. You're fun. You're strong. He is not fun. You'll set boundaries. Our child will want for nothing. Can you imagine Christian Grey trying to set boundaries for a child? Like, I told you not to go out after a certain time. Therefore, I'm chaining you to your bed and locking the door from the outside until you learn. And he would think that's appropriate, and she would make excuses for him and then explain to their child that, oh, he abuses you because he loves you and he's fucked up. So you have to just tolerate it because he's fucked up. He's frozen, staring at me, doubt etched on his beautiful face. Yes, it would have been ideal to have waited, to have longer, just the two of us. But we'll be 3 of us, and we'll all grow up together. Yeah, because admitting you're both like horrific children who should not be having a child. But yeah, we'll grow up with the child because that fucking works. Not like 2 generations now haven't done that. And it's resulted in like 20 years of people who are now grown up and trying to get a job who can't tolerate being told you're a moron and you're wrong or the word no and who need safe spaces and are called snowflakes because they can't handle fucking shit. Like, I swear, parents stopped parenting like 30 years ago or more. And I have people in my own family who have children that they did not raise. Like, they grew up, the kids lived in their house and, they tucked them in bed every night, but they didn't raise them. They didn't teach them fuck all. And guess what? They raised 3 people who couldn't function in the real world. He's frozen, staring at Nola. Oh, Anna, Christian whispers, his voice anguished and pained. I thought I'd lost you. Then I thought I'd lost you again. Seeing you laying on the ground, pale and cold and unconscious from literally nothing. It was all my worst fears realized, and now here you are, brave and strong, giving me hope, loving me after all I've done. How is this not the end of the book? How is there 100 pages left? Yes, I do love you, Christian, desperately, and I always will. Gently taking my head between his hands, he wipes my tears. We got like half a page left, and then we're so out of here. Wiping away my tears with his thumbs, he gazes into my eyes, gray to blue, and all I see is fear and wonder and love. I love you too, he breathes, and he kisses me sweetly, tenderly, like a man who adores his wife. I'll try to be a good father, he whispers against my lips. You'll try and you'll succeed. And let's face it, you don't have much choice in the matter because Blip and I are not going anywhere. Blip? Flip. He raises his eyebrows. I had the name Junior in my head. Junior it is then. Really? Billionaire guy is gonna name his kid Junior? No, he's not. But I like Blip. He smiles shyly and kisses me once more. End of fucking pointless idiot chapter. You could literally delete this entire chapter and put like one line of 3 days later she woke up in the hospital and delete this entire fucking chapter. You could easily delete this whole chapter because there was nothing whatsoever to it. There's nothing accomplished or served by it. It didn't add anything, build on anything, and it was not necessary. We didn't learn a fucking thing about anything. Nothing was resolved. We don't even know what happened to the bad guy, other than he's in the hospital right now. Like, it wasn't like, oh, he took a plea deal and has agreed to 25 to life to escape the death penalty. That's a resolution. Not he's in the hospital because you shot him. That's a million miles from a resolution. Ugh, ick. So much ick. But that is gonna do it for tonight. We're actually a lot over time. This was a long one and it hurts my head. And not because I got backhanded, because that won't hurt your head. How is there this much left? How? Because that's the end of the movie right there. That's the end of the movie. How is there this much left? There's 100 pages. There's legit, some of it is epilogue. There is epilogue, and there's two. I'm not going to read these, I've decided. But there's two. She must have like already been toying with the idea for Christian's point of view book, because there's a couple of vignettes in here that I think are probably from that. I don't know if they're actually in the other books. Like, they must be. Because it back then, it's at the back, it just says Shades of Christian. So I guess that's what she was going to call it initially, and then it got changed at some point. But yeah, there's looking at the exact page count, there's 60 pages of the actual story left, not counting the epilogue and these little vignettes, which I'm probably not going to read, because I'm going to read the other series, so I don't like repeating. But oh my god, how is there anything left? How is there anything left? I don't understand. I do not understand. Oh. So really, other than confronting Jack Hyde, which should have and could have been done much better, and should have taken more than literally being self-contained in one chapter, absolutely nothing has happened. Like, I feel like I could take both those chapters and condense them into about a page and a half and be better. Not that this is news. But I gotta go to bed. So that is going to do it for this evening. I hope everyone had a good time. We got two new ducks. We got Mitch and we got Sansu. So we got two new ducks. Aren't they great? Our stage is filling out. We got one more spot on the stage, then I will need to add another tier, which I'm capable of doing. I have the stencil. And I have a box. I can add another tier. It's very easy. But for now, I will put the ducks to bed. Don't put me to bed. Put yourself to bed, because it's 1 a.m. And thank you all for being here. I hope you had a really good time. I certainly did. And I enjoyed all your comments. They're so great. That's what keeps me going, is those comments. And the ducks. Of course, the ducks. Don't discount the ducks. The ducks are powerful. They are powerful. Don't disrespect the ducks. You don't want to know what they can do. But enjoy yourself. Enjoy your weekend. Stretch, make yourself a snack, have a drink, and love on a fur baby. And most of all, I've been Insane Lane, and this has been Book Club, and I will be back next Saturday, same time, same atrocious book. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much for supporting. Bye bye.